And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there with me. That thing that we do, 9:35. Punctual this time around. Are you punctual as well? The session has commenced and your company is required. The Nigerian matter not yet resolved. So come then, let's chew the fat over together. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy songs, the farmyard singers from the eastern part of the country. So farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria are holy, as guys, I bring you this. Osinbajo is Igbo betrayer. Southeast supported him to be vice president. Orji Kalu now the reincarnation of our author in Nzeribe. So Nzeribe died not that long ago, just a couple of weeks ago. Nzeribe died, and it looks as though now the spirit left his body to reapply in a living being. So it is that same narrative still that you hear from the East, that tonality. Osinbajo is Igbo betrayer. Southeast supported him to be vice president. Orji Uzo Kalu making the headlines. So quite what is being made of that, we'll find out shortly. Court vacates order restraining central bank from Sankey. Court vacates order restraining central bank from sacking bank governor EMIEFELE over presidential ambition. So it looks as though EMIEFELE may well have withdrawn already his candidature for the presidency, but that matter still tested in law, and it looks as though he's been found in his favor. But quite what underpins this is the question that somebody can be the governor of the central bank that has custody of electoral materials and at the same time be running to be president of the country. Quite how that is equitable and fair and balanced only in Nigeria. Court vacates order restraining central bank from sacking bank governor EMIEFELE over presidential ambition. So quite how that is explained and the legalities of that we'll find out hopefully shortly. Article angry over deleted tweet issue chases out journalist at meeting with PDP delegates. So that one thing now that if anything is going to stymie ambitious articles thrust towards the PDP ticket, if anything is going to stymie articles thrust towards the PDP ticket, is certainly going to be that deleted tweet, because that deleted tweet shows the underbelly of the fiber of the man, the lack of rectitude, not being able to stand by your word, not being able to hold firm. All of that revealed and unveiled with that tweet and by that tweet. So he tweeted it to get the clout and quickly deleted it because of the backlash. So where is he? Is neither yin nor it's a yang. So neither yin nor yang. Article angry over deleted tweet issue chases out journalists at meeting with PDP delegates. So quite what played out there, we find out shortly. We find this out shortly as well. Shakarau dumps APC, defects to NNPP. So NNPP, of course, the party created by Kwakwanso and Pat Utomi. So it looks as though that third voice that we've been clamoring for within the Nigerian political space is fast evolving. Will it be too late for 2023? And indeed, is it even the voice that we're looking for? Because a lot of the people now forming that third voice, they are traditional, stayed and marinated, steeped in the wool and dipped in the dye of our Nigerian politics. So these are not new names bringing new ideas. Shekarau, Pakutomi, Kwakwanso, etc. But how different is their politics from the politics that subsist? Shekarau dumps APC, defects to NNPP. So APC is slowly hemorrhaging. Kwakwanso left APC to go to PDP, still could not find what he was looking for, only to go from his own new party. Shekarau also leaves. So the strength of that is Kano State politics right there. Shekarau, Kwakwanso, forget Ganduje. Kano State actually belongs to Kwakwanso and Shekarau to some extent. So it will take some rigging then for them to claim that APC won Kano State without the backing of Shekarau and Kwakwanso. But then, of course, we saw what played out in 2019. When Ganduje was defeated, they paused the election. The other party was leading him by about a good 300-400 votes. And by the time INEC reconvened, they declared Ganduje the winner. So everything possible within the Nigerian political space, as you all well know. everything possible within the Nigerian political space, but everything also possible within the entirety of the country. Nigerian Bar Association useless, only good at issuing statements. So we can now speak in the voice of the people, because there's been countless incidents that's happened within the Nigerian space that you'd have expected the Nigerian Bar Association to take a strong legal position, because nobody trusts the Attorney General of the Federation. But really, the Bar Association is essentially an ombudsman for the legal profession. And there's been fast and loose being played with the Nigerian Constitution and judiciary structure. The sound that the Nigerian Bar Association makes is loud only in its muted silence. So not fit for purpose. Nigerian Bar Association useless, only good at issuing statements. The diminutive loud voice from the creeks, Yemson WIKE, alerting or making that alarm. It's not an alert, but an alarm, because we already know it, so it's not an alert. African Development Bank Chief ADESINA. So that would be AKINWUNMI, but they wrote Akin here. African Development Bank Chief ADESINA rejects 100 million naira APC presidential nomination forms. So a lot of people are saying that this guy has absolutely no concept of that form of or who bought it. But the speculation is that that form was actually bought by EMIEFELE in order to show that a senior banker is also in play there, to sort of soften the space, to sensitize and cushion and just mush up the space for him to enter. Because if AKINWUNMI Adesina's name is already in play, then it makes more palatable than EMIEFELE's entry into that space. So there's the speculation that AKINWUNMI Adesina had no concept of this form, that it was actually purchased surreptitiously by Godwin EMIEFELE in order to soften the ground for him then to come in as a candidate to already having another senior banker in play. So all of that will be unveiled and revealed hopefully by this piece. So we finally land on this, and this is a story that has been bubbling and rumbling in the undercurrents of the Nigerian political space, but it is now fast evolving into a thing. Tinubu to dump APC for SDP if this is an associate. So that if tails off to a ... So what that if is, we find out just shortly. But this is not the first time we've visited this sort of storyline. Just the last couple of days, we did bet on this storyline, to the point that the chairman of SDP has even spoken on this storyline. So fast gaining momentum, Tinubu to dump APC for SDP if, a headline attributed to an associate. So quite what that if means, we'll find out shortly. So everything in place. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Everything in play. The usual protocol, if you are coming in, click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, then do the right thing, please. We're only pushing you hard to click on like and subscribe in order to propel the platform on the YouTube algorithm, so we have a wider audience and a richer conversation. That's the reason. And if you want to join me on screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screens and I'll sample your opinion. An interactive session, an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So as you set about the click-ins, let me produce, as you set about the click-ins, let me provide a little bit of a musical inducement. We stay in the East, your dancing shoes on, as we partake in another Python dance.
Oh, ye do I walk. Oh, Mary, oh, Nindizu, oh, Nigeria, Abakare, Mama Daora. Win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi go onye do I walk. Oh Mary Wonelizu Nigeria. Bakare, Mamanda Mura, Unapuri Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi.
And there it is right there. They will never give it up. The Atilogu singers from the eastern parts of Nigeria. Nnamdi wins the war, they insist. Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Osinbajo is Igbo betrayer. Southeast supported him for vice president. Oji Uzokalu, the reincarnate of Arthur in Zeribe. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo is an Igbo betrayer despite getting Southeast support for his vice presidency, says former Governor Oji Kalu. Any southerner that is not from the Southeast and is coming to run for president is a betrayer, Mr. Kalu said. They are the ones betraying us. The ex-Abia governor stated this in an interview with Channels Television on Monday night, declaring that the South-South and the Southwest have abandoned the Southeast in its quest to produce the next president. Mr. Kalu is riled that Mr. Osinbajo, a redeemed pastor, would betray the trust of the Southeast, claiming that the Igbos helped him on his way to becoming the vice president of Nigeria. We have supported the Southwest. We supported President Olusegun Obasanjo. We supported Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Mr. Kalu pointed out. We supported Vice President Goodluck Jonathan for 5 years, and we supported President Goodluck Jonathan for 6 years. Why can't they support us? The serving senator also regarded other Southwest presidential aspirants, including APC National Leader Bola Tinubu, Governor Kayode Fayemi, Tunde Bakare, etc., as betrayers. So that is the language. So that's a common language within the East, by the way, and that's an appellation that they quite readily throw at the Southwest, that they are betrayers, they are cowards, they're this, that, and the other. So an easy go-to, and he has now gone there again. So quite how the Southeast supported Osinbajo to become the vice president is beyond me. So he did not expand on that space, and perhaps they did not even push him on that space. So that language, of course, we've heard it before, and well, we've heard it before. Let me just leave it there. So there it is right there. Some things never change. Certainly things like that, they never change. Court vacates order restraining central bank from sacking bank governor EMIEFELE over presidential ambition. A Delta State High Court sitting in Kwale has discharged an order restraining the board of the Central Bank of Nigeria from removing Governor Godwin EMIEFELE over his 2023 political ambition with the ruling party, the All Progressive Congress. The court ruled on Tuesday that the order of May the 5th is hereby deemed vacated and set aside. Correspondents last week reported that Justice D.C. Meador of the court granted an order restraining the board of the Central Bank of Nigeria and Independent National Electoral... sorry, I have to just pause there for a moment. So my monologue, when I was reading the headline, it doesn't quite tally with the body of the story. So I have to take that back. So it doesn't look as though they found in favor of our EMIEFELE to hold on to straddle both beasts as central bank governor and as a candidate for an elective post. So that seems to be the body of the story contrary to my interpretation of the headline. So this is why I say that I only come with the headlines and we respond to the story together. So let me have now reversed, taking that back and reversed my views. Let me now start it all over again. A Delta State High Court sitting in Kwale has discharged an order restraining the board of the Central Bank of Nigeria from removing Governor Godwin Emefiele over his 2023 political ambition with the ruling party, the All Progressive Congress. The court ruled on Tuesday that the order of May the 5th is hereby deemed vacated and set aside. Correspondents last week reported that Justice D.C. Miado of the court granted an order restraining the board of the Central Bank of Nigeria and Independent National Electoral Commission from stopping the CBN Governor Emefiele from seeking an elective post. Armed with court papers, Emefiele had gleefully approached President Muhammad Buhari on Thursday, after which he stated that Nigerians could die of a heart attack if he failed to leave the office. But on Tuesday, in a fresh court judgment, the court set aside the judgment Emefiele relied on to perpetuate his stay in office. The court documents were shared with popular human rights lawyer Chidi Odinkalu. Odinkalu wrote, breaking, the High Court of Delta State sitting in Kwale has discharged the order restraining the board of the Central Bank of Nigeria from firing the criminal and bandit at Emefiele and at Godwin Emefiele, who has taken the CBN hostage. So now we insist that hashtag Mefi must go to jail. So he now publishes the court order. Last Thursday, whilst reacting to his controversial presidential ambition, which had seen many groups and notable Nigerians call for his resignation to preserve the sanctity of the treasury and the national economy, Emefiele boasted that he was having fun and cared less what people had to say. He had met with State House correspondents after a closed-door meeting with President Muhammad Buhari at the presidential villa in Abuja, reacting to a report that the president had asked him to resign after the purchase of the presidential nomination and expression of interest forms of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Emefiele said, "There is no news now, but there will be news. You have heard me. I said there is no news, but there will be news." But when told that Nigerians were eager to know his position, he said, "Let them have a heart attack. It is good to have a heart attack. I am having a lot of fun." Correspondents had gathered that Emefiele had, through a proxy, Augustine Ediago, approached the court asking an order restraining the defendants from treating the provision of Section 9 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007 as amended as a bar on the governor and deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria from seeking political offices pending the hearing and determination of the motion on notice herein this suit, which borders on the interpretation and supremacy of the 1999 Constitution. Section 9 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act, Section 9 of the Central Bank Act provides that the governor and the deputy governors shall devote the whole of their time to the service of the bank, and whilst holding office shall not engage in any full or part-time employment or vocation, whether remunerated or not, except such personal or charitable causes as may be determined by the board and which do not conflict with or detract from their full-time duties. Justice Miado, in a judgment secretly had declared, Justice Miado, in a judgment secretly had declared, sorry, let me take that one more time. Justice Miado, in a judgment secretly had granted the order and adjourned the case to May the 25th. So that's how that paragraph read. That's not me misreading it, but essentially, Emefiele reset back to zero. Emefiele reset back to zero. Article angry over deleted tweet issue. chases journalists out at meeting with PDP delegates. Former Vice President and 2023 presidential aspirant on the platform of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, on Monday, ordered his security details to chase out journalists covering a meeting he had with party delegates when he visited Jos Plateau State as part of his consultations towards his ambition. According to the chairman of the Plateau State online media publishers, Friday Bako, who spoke with correspondents on the incident, Atiku, who was apparently angry over the way journalists called him out on his disgraceful handling of the Deborah Samuel lynching saga, where he chickened out and deleted the tweet he had earlier made because of threats from some Muslim youths, ordered journalists to be beaten and chased out of PDP secretariat in Jos. He said that Atiku arrived at the secretariat at about 2:19 p.m., whilst journalists had been there since 10 a.m., which was the official time announced for the meeting. So you can see that they were already angry and waiting for him. But when he came, he was visibly angry and ordered the reporters out of the hall. He was shouting at the top of his voice, "I have nothing to do with you, journalists. I don't need you. I am here to see delegates." When he saw that journalists were not willing to leave, he ordered his security details and aides to chase the newsmen out of the hall. His aides and security details immediately pounced on the journalists, beat them up, and seized their equipment. In the stampede, the camera and tripod of the channel's television crew were damaged in the process. It was such a surprise and disappointing scenario to see a presidential aspirant who wants to rule Nigeria behaving in such a manner. So that is strike 2 against Atiku now. So he's starting to feel the pressure. It's starting to crumble, would you say, under the pressure. Even the pleas of the state PDP chairman and other top party members could not persuade Atiku to call his men to order, as he was bent on carrying out his threats, Bako said. Okay, so yeah, so that's that. So that is strike 2 against Atiku, by my reckoning. Is starting to hemorrhage under the pressure of it all. Shekarau dumps APC, defects to NNPP. Pardon me. Former Kano State Governor Senator Ibrahim Shekarau has officially dumped the All Progressive Congress APC and joined the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP. The development was confirmed on Tuesday afternoon via a terse statement on the official Twitter handle of the NNPP. The statement, which reads, "Finally, Senator Ibrahim Shekarau joins us," was shared alongside a picture of Senator Shekarau and Senator Ibrahim Kwakwanso. It will be recalled that there had been some back and forth about Shekarau's planned defection to the NNPP, with some power brokers in the APC said to be negotiating with him not to leave the Broom Party. However, correspondents also recall that Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso has been at the helm of the vanguard working to ensure Shekarau's defection from the All Progressive Congress APC to the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP. Kwakwanso on Sunday stormed the residence of Shekarau to work out details of the defection. The defection was to have been officially announced on Saturday, but did not happen due to some undisclosed reasons. However, with Kwakwanso and Shekarau meeting on Sunday, it is expected that an official announcement was not only expected, however, with Kwakwanso and Shekarau meeting on Sunday, it is expected that an official announcement was not only expected to be all right, so let me try that one more time. However, with Kwakwanso and Shekarau meeting on Sunday, it is expected that an official announcement was only expected to be a matter of time. The former Kano governor is expected to move to the new party with his supporters and entire structure in all the 44 local government areas of Kano State. So quite how APC will still claim that they won Kano State is beyond me, but we've seen magic in Nigerian politics before, but a special magic being prepared for 2023. Nigerian Bar Association useless, only good for issuing statements, Yemsen Wike. Governor Yemsen Wike of Rivers State has criticized the Nigerian Bar Association NBA for failing to act as President Muhammad Buhari's regime became more notorious for abusing the rule of law. In a statement by his media aide Kelvin Iberi, the governor expressed regrets at the Nigerian Bar Association's lackluster approach to social change, saying it is more of a disservice to the nation and exposes it to contempt. It is quite unfortunate that the Nigerian Bar Association is only good at issuing statements of condemnation without more, while the judiciary continues to suffer ferocious bouts of harassment from a federal government that has become notorious for its contemptuous attitude towards the rule of law and the right of Nigerians to an effective justice system, Mr. Wike asserted. The Rivers State governor advised the Nigerian Bar Association to go beyond issuing statements to taking concrete actions against attacks on the nation's judiciary. Mr. Wike spoke during the book launch presentation in honor of Justice Mary Odili as part of activities marking her retirement from the Supreme Court and her 70th birthday celebration in Port Harcourt. He disagreed with some speakers who blamed politicians for the judiciary's challenges during a valedictory court session organized in honor of Mrs. Odili. The governor alleged that Mr. Buhari's regime had in 2016 unleashed premeditated midnight raid on judges' homes, including the justices of the Supreme Court in Abuja, Port Harcourt, Gombe, Kano, Enugu, and Sokoto. Mr. Wike assured that if elected the president of Nigeria in 2023, he would work with the National Assembly to prioritize the welfare of judicial officers, including the provision of official cars and lifelong accommodation as being done in Rivers State. Mrs. Odili, a former justice of the Supreme Court, noted that Nigerian judges were among the best globally, but they were not treated well at home. Mrs. Odili, who was also the first lady of Rivers State between 1999 and 2007, expressed delight that some of our judgments had been published for public to access. So there it is right there, not fit for purpose, the Nigerian Bar Association. A lot of people, they chime with, they align with that sort of, assertion by Yemsen Wike. We said nothing but the truth. Anytime that anything happens, even when the judiciary are being attacked, the only thing that you will hear is a strongly worded statement. That is it, a strongly worded statement. So when you issued like the 10th strongly worded statement, the person that you issue those statements to, because he knows that you are not going to follow it up with any sort of action, just disregards it. Essentially, the narrative of the Nigerian Bar Association. African Development Bank Chief ADESINA rejects 100 million Naira APC presidential nomination forms. AKINWUNMI ADESINA, African Development Bank's president, has rejected the Nigerian presidential nomination forms purchased for him by his supporters in the ruling All Progressive Congress. Mr. Adesina, in a statement on Tuesday morning, said his current activities at the Continental Institution would not allow him to accept a presidential run. Some Nigerians bought forms for Mr. Adesina and urged him to run for president on the back of his economic and social achievements in Nigeria and across the continent. I am very touched by all who have gone to great extent with such huge sacrifices of their volition to consider me worthy to be proposed for potential consideration. The coalition groups of youth, women, farmers, physically challenged and well-meaning Nigerians that have done this have expressed their genuine free will, political rights, freedom of expression and association for my consideration with the interest of Nigeria at heart. Whilst I am deeply honored, humbled, and grateful for all the incredible goodwill, kindness, and confidence, my current responsibilities at this time do not allow me to accept to be considered. I really sorry, let me take it again. Whilst I am deeply honored, humbled, and grateful for all the incredible goodwill, kindness, and confidence, my current responsibilities at this time do not allow me to accept to be considered. I remain fully engaged and committed to the mission that Nigeria, Africa, and all the non-African shareholders of the African Development Bank have given me for Africa's development, Mr. Adesina had said. His statement is expected to conclude speculations about his interest in Nigeria's presidency at the general elections scheduled for February 2023. So that's Adesina now nailing that on the head. This is what we were expecting from, of course, a statement like that from Goodluck Jonathan will allow us to move on. But it's neither here nor there. Still neither here nor there. Tinubu to dump so this now the last readout. Tinubu to dump APC for SDP if. So what's the if? We find out. Former Lagos State Governor and presidential hopeful on the sorry, I'm going to let me have a sip of water. All right, good. Former Lagos State Governor and presidential hopeful on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC, Senator Bola Tinubu, has concluded plans to dump the ruling party if the May 30th primaries are schemed against him, an associate of the former Lagos State Governor has said. The associate who spoke on the condition of anonymity told correspondents that the development was the reason former secretary to the government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, stated recently that Tinubu had Plan B if APC primaries are manipulated against him. Although he noted that APC remains the primary platform Tinubu intends to actualize his dream of presiding over the affairs of the nation, other options, including the SDP, would be explored if the primaries come short of transparency and credibility. It is too early to ask if Asiwaju would leave the APC for another party. He is a big factor in the APC, a party he helped form, finance, and nurtured into what it is today. We are not unaware of recent developments and attempts to insult a man who has paid his dues in the political evolution of this country. But that is not important for now. What I can tell you is that our leader, like other contestants, is looking forward to a credible process that would lead to the emergence of our flag bearer. But if that process is compromised, I can tell you free that we will encourage him to explore other options. Yes, a lot has been said about SDP and Asiwaju. When we get to that bridge, we will cross it. SDP offered him a platform to become a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria years ago. But for now, he's in APC and will remain there until circumstances dictate otherwise, he said. Tinubu is gunning for the sole ticket of the party alongside other formidable contestants, such as Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Rotimi Amechi, Ogbonnaya Onu, Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, amongst others. In an interview with media a few months ago, President Muhammad Buhari had said he would not reveal the identity of his preferred successor lest he be eliminated. Only recently, APC chieftain and until recently a presidential aspirant, Moses Ayom, called on Babachir Lawal to withdraw his comment on Tinubu's possible defection, labeling same as a threat to the Abdullahi Adamu-led National Working Committee, saying, right now, the NWC is the leadership of the APC, and it should be given all kinds of support to succeed. The idea of indirectly threatening the NWC that Tinubu has another option if it's not given the ticket should not arise at all. As a committed APC leader from the Middle Belt, I call on Babachir to withdraw the comment and apologize to the party immediately. So that's politics there, the deepness of it. So there it is right there. And that has been the readout. So now let's see who's available. So Ete, we see you. Ajanle Koko, we see you. So good to have you both, gentlemen. Let's go to Ajanle Koko first then. So Ajanle Koko, now this story that doesn't want to seem to go away, Tinubu defecting to SDP. We've been hearing it being murmured, but it's getting louder. Plan B. What are you making of that? It doesn't even have a ticket. And how does that work?
How are you, one man? How are you, Ete? See, is Babachir Lawal saying that Tinubu is going to defect to SDP if they don't give him ticket, or what did he say?
No. What he's saying is that if the process is not transparent and Tinubu was somewhat rigged out, that Tinubu has a plan B, and that SDP had already he'd been apparently when he was senator all those years ago, it was under that party. And that party also yesterday or the day before, they spoke about the possibility of Tinubu joining them as well. So he's saying that there is a plan B, and that plan B essentially defection. So it's a story that has been, I'm sure you've come across it over the course of the last few weeks, that Tinubu has that plan B to defect to SDP. And it looks as though Babachir somewhat he adds fuel to that narrative, to the point that APC are inviting him to withdraw that comment and apologize.
You know that I have said that several times here too, that if the process, the APC presidential primary is not conducted free and fair, and Tinubu is rigged out, and the party impose somebody that have not contributed immensely to the development of the party. Yes, Tinubu that made it possible for them to win the presidency in 2014, still well equipped to make them fail in 2023. So what Babachir Lawal is saying is just a warning. It's a warning statement to the party. And I believe they have been seeing some game. They are the insider is one of the leaders, and they've been monitoring that space. They've been seeing some game going on, and it's just want to give them that hint that they have plan B. It should not be taken as a joke. They are serious about it. And the party should take it seriously. And if the party think, or some within the party think that they can manipulate the process at the detriment of some people, it's going to backfire against the party. We have seen it happen in Kano. The crowd just left.
You're fading out somewhat.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Do you want me to give you a moment and come back to you?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you slightly better, but
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so it has happened in Kano due to the greed of Ganduje. Shekarau left, and the party could not do anything, to correct the way the primary was manipulated in Kano, and now Shekarau has left and joined, has joined Kwankwaso. That party, APC, is gone in Kano. That is the number one. Could spread like a wind of fire. Let me come back. Let me come back one more.
Yes. Let me use the opportunity then to welcome Bartholomew. So Bartholomew, good to have you on board. So Adaleko opened up with the narrative of Tinubu possibly defecting to APC, to SDP rather. But let me take you to the space then that Oji Uzo Kalu opened up. Osinbajo is an Igbo betrayer. Southeast supported him to be vice president. So that recurring decimal that we hear from the Southeast, that anybody that seeks to want to contend from the for the presidency in the South, that is not a Southeasterner, it's a betrayer and an Igbo hater. Do you agree with this tonality that Oji Uzo Kalu, he's not introducing it, but is amplifying it? So what are you making of Oji Uzo Kalu's then position? He took this position on Channels Television. Bartholomew. Can you hear me? Are we frozen? All right. It's going to be another funky session. Are you there, Bartholomew? Okay, I think he has frozen. Okay, what about you, Ete? Are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, brilliant. So you pick it up from there. You had the build up to the question, so I address it.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel that we don't know what happened for what I call him, Osinbajo to embark. Maybe it was a consensus for him to be the vice. Abgatu had a stake in APC. I don't know, but to me, to be blaming Osinbajo for anything is just plain stupid. We don't have the political structure in APC. We don't need to force it. You understand? You don't need to force it. You don't need to play the blame game. You don't need to form the victim. APC is a Northwest, Southwest party. That is a fact. We know it. So for him coming out to say these things is because he has seen that there's no chance. He has no chance in the party. And I wouldn't be surprised if he defects again, the way they defect in this Nigeria. And imagine him saying, I heard him say something like he's willing to sweep the floor of Aso Rock if Zilawan becomes the president.
Did you see the interview?
I read about it. I didn't watch it.
He's one of the most ridiculous men in Nigerian politics, Oji Kalu, even more ridiculous than Dino Melaye.
Yeah, it's very funny. What is the meaning of you're going to sweep? What kind of nonsense, stupid political this thing is now. You're not acting mature. He's not acting mature.
But to the greater point that he was making, because I think you've aligned with those lines of thought on this platform before, that is somewhat treachery for a non-Southeasterner to be vying for the presidency. That is a betrayal. Do you agree with that? It says if somebody, a non-Igbo person from the South contesting for the presidency, that's somewhat a betrayal of the Southeast.
To an extent, in PDP, yes. In PDP, yes, is a very, very big betrayal, because PDP has always been a staunch supporter of Igbos have always been a staunch supporters of PDP. So for them to do this and trying to go and give it to the North is actually an insult. It's an insult to the Igbos in the PDP. It's an insult to the delegates and the individuals in PDP, because they've always gone the side of PDP since 1999. They've not changed. You can see Southwest is not stable. They change over time, but the Southeast had never changed. So what better reward can you give them by giving them a shot at being this president? Not coming to tell us we need unifier, we need what they call it, somebody that will bring the country together. Well, we all know that Atiku is Buhari, modern Buhari. We all know these things. He's a modern Buhari. It's not the Buhari with the Sharia mentality, but it's a modern Buhari with the modern Muslim mentality, which will not favor Nigeria. And is well grounded in money politics. It's well grounded. He has been spending dollars since, and spraying dollar. You can see what he said in that this when they asked him a simple question. Instead of you to answer or probably move shift the question away and say no comment, you ended up assaulting people. You see, it's only in a country like Nigeria that kind of thing will happen, and it will not make front news. It's supposed to be everywhere. It's supposed to be trending. But I'm sure with his dollars, he has quailed down.
Well, it's sufficient enough news for us to be discussing it. We are discussing it, so he made the news.
Yeah, he made the news, but not as we expected to make the news. That is very, very vital. That is why somebody like Peter Obi said that the primaries should be increased so that people can have a chance to interrogate people. Because the truth is, people are going to break. A lot of people are going to break. You see already Atiku is shaking a bit. He's shaking. If another thing happens in the North, then
yes, I think it's shaking, because it's starting to lose its cool somewhat. There's a chink in the armor that we're starting to detect. So first the tweet that he deleted, then ordering the beating up of journalists,
So you see, as time goes on, more candidates will be cracking, especially when the media do their job. It's because of the media doesn't do their job in this country. That is why we're in this position. Because when you ask these people provocative questions that has to do with Nigeria and their attitude, the ones that are not genuine will definitely break, would definitely show signs of tyranny, will definitely show, because what he did is classic tyranny. That means when he entered the ASSERT, all this one that is begging us, the way Buhari was begging and crying, it will be the things of the past. He's just going to bone his face and giving matching orders. Yeah. And Nigeria is not going to change. So I'm happy that he is cracking. And I want journalists to ask him more questions so that we should know his ideology, not coming to tell us unifier this, unifier that. No ideology, no nothing. You're just telling us you're unifier, you're this and that and this and that. No, tell us what you want to do for Nigeria. Tell us how you're raising money for campaign. Tell us allegations of you spending dollars everywhere. Give us something true. You see now that he doesn't even care about we the people. All he cares about is delegates. And he said it. I don't need the media, I need the delegates. Because he knows once the delegate gives him...
Maybe he wanted to do something that he didn't want the public to see. That's why he chased out the journalist. That could be the case.
If he wanted to do something, he would not allow journalists come the first time. But I feel like that question provoked him because he knew if he made a statement, some youth in the North were going to go against him because
that tweet was already having a backlash. And to me, I see nothing wrong with the tweet, but the tweet was already having a backlash. So I'm sure his campaign team told him to take it down. And you see people like what they call him, Peter Obi. He answered the question yesterday in Arise TV. Simple.
The Deborah question.
Yes, he answered
What
it very
was
simple.
his position? I didn't quite catch that. What was his position?
He said, according to the Constitution, what happened in Sokoto was wrong. And this is the situation of the country today: lawlessness and lack of order. Simple and short. Did not insult anybody, religion, did not provoke anybody, but answered the question intellectually, because the Constitution says it. That the Constitution is supreme. So you can't come and
was that all right? Okay.
So you can't come and be saying some other things. So he answered the question well. And even I saw in the comments, some Northerners liked the way he answered it, because it was not provocating in any way. You know? So I think Atiku is drawn because he knows he needs the Northerners. Because right now, no Southerner will vote for Atiku if we have a Southerner candidate. Let's just tell ourselves the truth. They won't vote for Atiku. And he needs the core north. And that tweet was losing the core north. That was the truth. That tweet was losing the core north. So the thing is, there's still going to be more drama in this election race. There's going to be more drama. Even in the APC, hearing Tinubu wants to move to SDP if the election is not credible. That is just normal statement. That statement means that if he doesn't get the ticket, he's going to move. There's nothing like if the election is not credible. Definitely,
of course. If he doesn't get the ticket, then the election is not credible. Of course.
You understand?
That's standard Nigerian play.
So that's it, and it's going to be an interesting take, because now APC is dividing. They are losing some core states because of their kind of politics. They are losing some core states, and if they lose Tinubu, it's going to be very difficult for them to have a chance. Because even if they give it to Osinbajo to represent APC.
Let's examine APC's chances for the moment. So, and also, let me actually take you first to the space of Shekarau dumping the APC to join the NMPP, which is a party that is being arrow-headed by Kwakwanso. So what are you making of that?
Yeah, I expect more Northerners to move towards NMPP, because Kwakwanso has a kind of a base, especially that Northwest. So he can pull some key politicians, because obviously APC is not playing, they're not negotiating well with their founders. And we are seeing other people complaining. There's one other guy like this, I've forgotten, is it in Niger State or so, complaining that he wants to move to PDP, that he is having meeting with PDP, and they're going to move with their entire caucus.
Let me keep you in that space of Shekarau moving to NMPC to join Kwakwanso, because it's quite significant. It's significant because if you know Kano politics, they wear this red cap with the white stripes. They call it the Kwakwanzoid movement or something like that. Kwakwanso holds that space. The only other person that can challenge Kwakwanso in Kano State is Shekarau. So they now team up. Almost impossible. Not even Mahmoud Yakubu can tell us that with these two people out of APC, that APC won Kano. Even he cannot rig that. So if they lose Kano, and they're starting to lose Kano, I don't think the country will accept the rigging that says they won Kano. If they lose Kano and Tinubu moves Lagos State out of that party, very difficult for them to claim that they've won a presidency, no matter how much results they write in Borno, which they'll tell us they got 99%. Almost impossible for them to rig that election.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, because Kano Lagos has the main vote in Nigerian politics. So once that big chunk goes, there's no chance. There's no chance for them. And as things are going, their best chance is Tinubu. That's just their best chance. Because if key northern states like Kano is leaving them, they need their southern allies. They need them because those are where the vote is. And the other place that, okay, let's say maybe have high voting is maybe a place like in Port Harcourt, which they will never get. So the thing is, they are just going to be having probably 40-something, 50-something, 40-something in the southwest, which is not going to, they are not going to dominate the southwest if they don't get Tinubu, even if they bring Osinbajo. They are not going to get the southeast.
If Tinubu leaves that party, then on those states they cannot claim, because Akeredolu is a Tinubu man. They cannot claim Osun State or is it Ogun State? Which one is the Oyetola State? They cannot claim the Oyetola State because Oyetola is Tinubu's cousin. And they cannot claim Lagos State because Lagos State belongs to Tinubu. So categorically, we know that if Tinubu leaves, 3 key Yoruba state leaves. So Osun State, Lagos State, and Ondo State.
Even Oyo will be...
and Oyo State. I don't think they've ever had Oyo State. But so they lose those 3 states. And then if they lose Kano as well, which they must lose, Mahmoud Yakubu, we will not allow you with Kwakwanso and Shekarau out of APC to say that they won that. It will take some rigging for them to claim they won the presidency.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to take a lot of rigging, which is going to be obvious that the election was rigged. And 2019 cannot repeat itself. Why? Because of the president is not the incumbent. So if they rig the election, there's going to be serious backlash, because they will need to come and explain. And also the new Electoral Act actually reduces rigging to a certain degree. You can't just go with a random voter's card to vote multiple times anymore. You need to be there to use your voter's card. It needs to scan you properly to use it. So there are some changes that they made with the voting system in Nigeria that actually discourages rigging. So it's going to be difficult for anybody coming in Nigeria right now to rig. That is why I said that candidates that are liked, probably maybe people like Tinubu, people like what do I call him, Peter Obi, they can still pull a huge number of votes if the system works. They can still pull huge number of votes because it will show a major decline in APC and PDP, which there's already a major decline in APC and PDP. The only reason people are interested in PDP these days is just because of the name Peter Obi. If that name is not there, they've lost a major chunk of voters. So the election 2023 is going to be a very interesting one. And I feel there's a lot of drama. We've not heard anything from Goodluck Jonathan, so we don't know. We don't know whether
one man.
Yeah.
Sorry, is that Efe?
Ete of Africa. They're not Efe, Ete of Africa. Not just ordinary, not just ordinary Ete of Africa.
Okay, Chief Ete.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was listening to your analysis. That was why I even cut in. So I wanted to say something. The way we used to see the politics in Nigeria has now changed drastically. I think it's not going to be the usual game for the usual politicians anymore. I think Tinubu and Osinbajo, they are not going to have an easy ride anymore because now the game has changed. Since Kwakwansia entered the game, it has depleted the votes from the north, no doubt. The alliance you used to see between the southwest and the north is now no longer going to be as usual because we are seeing a multiple divergence of the electorate, in the sense that Kwakwansia has
what we are really saying is what Ajanle Koko has been proposing, a regionalization, a regionalizing of the politics.
Yes, but then there's a hydra-headed monster that is going to come up. You see, what we have now is the Southwest.
Zero.
Yeah.
Zero. You made a statement now. I think it's a wrong statement. You said what you use the alliance or the alliance that normally exists between the Southwest and the North is not going to be there again.
Yeah. No, I mean, no. Okay, please let me rephrase it. What we see today is a Tinubu and his henchmen who have seized the Southwest. You know,
because the Southeast. Hold on, before 2014, the Southeast and South has been in alliance with the North for 16 years, or more than 16 years, PDP reign. So don't say you have to put that statement right. I just want to correct you.
But even if the Southeast was with the North in the past government, I mean the current government was brought about by the alliance of the Southwest and Buhari's. Buhari has his followers basically, and that was how Buhari and Tinubu have his Southwest vote electorate. Buhari had the Northern electorate, and that was how he became president, sidelining the Southeast. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay. So now we are seeing a situation where that's another Hydra-headed monster like this one might come up, because from what Orji Kalu said in a recent interview, I think he's urging the Southeast. Now, you see now, if the Southeast now form the alliance with the North, because it looks like the North
is rallying the Southeast against the Southwest. Yes. That's why I was referencing him against
he's trying to say that this time is the time of the Southeast. But if the other southern parts don't give the Southeast the support they need, then they will not allow the other southern parts to get the support they need. That means they might go and form the alliance with the North, and then the other, you now see now. So now the Southwest will be like the Southeast of the next dispensation, which means the Southeast will form that alliance and benefit, and the Southwest will suffer. You see, that's the kind of monster that we don't want.
Yeah, but who are they aligning with? Who are they now aligning with? Are you talking about an Atiku Obi alliance? Is this what you're saying?
I don't even know, because since Kwakwansiya has come up now, we don't know which parties are going to reform or which candidates are going to...
They already have a party. What they are presenting is a third narrative in the Nigerian dual system so far. We have a multiplicity of parties, of course, but essentially we only have two parties. So what they are bringing together now is a particular sort of social conscience, social democratic sort of a party, some social context, some leftist sort of party, because these are left of center politicians. So this is like Aminu Kano sort of inflection that we're seeing. So they want to rebirth that Aminu Kano sort of politics to present,
and there might be alliances.
Yeah,
there might be alliances, a combination of
almost certainly, because they are not big enough. They're northern parties so far, and we know that regional politics never really holds sway.
Yeah, and you know what happens in the Southwest after the Yoruba votes? Which other ethnic groups? That's the Igbo vote. So you know, you now see that. It's very easy for them to clean that.
Who do you think natural bedfellows are? Who do you think the natural bedfellow of a Kwakwanso would be? A Yoruba person or an Igbo person?
You see, I don't know about natural bedfellow, but I think it is more convenient for him to veer to the Southeast, because Tinubu will not let go of his ambition, and that means it will not be easy for him to cleanse the Southwest. He might use the Southwest as a second choice when it comes to getting his votes. It's 25%. But it is more easier for him to align with the Southeast, because the Southeast has suffered in this administration.
Let me tell you something. Kwakwanso is the only presidential candidate already in that party now. So the calculation of Southeast or this, even if it's aligning with the Southeast, is going to be whoever you pick from South is going to be a vice president. The same thing that is going to play out in PDP. So what is the big deal that you're talking about? He's the presidential candidate of...
No. We are talking about
his new party already now.
And it doesn't really see himself as, obviously he knows it's not going to be the next president. What Kwankwaso is essentially trying to do is to create a voting bloc that will give him to give him leverage, which is what Ajanle Koko speaks about all the time. So if he creates that voting bloc, then that gives him leverage. But it's not going to be
and once
president.
He creates that voting bloc, once he creates that voting bloc, Tinubu will not let go of his ambition. We know that.
But Tinubu has a voting bloc as well now.
Exactly. And Tinubu feels it is his time to become president. Otherwise, he will never be again. Because he cannot wait another 8 years and come back. He's old. So he will not let go.
No, he said he's not going to retire until... He says he's not going to let go until he becomes president. But what is in play? If Tinubu leaves the APC, then he's not likely to be president. If Kwankwaso with his NMPP, which is just formed with Patu Tomi, and I think Patu Tomi is actually his deputy already, he is not going to be president, but he's going to control the Kano space and all of those spaces that influences. So he will have a strong voting bloc. And Tinubu will control Lagos plus one or two other southwestern states. So he has a voting bloc. So so it's not as though they have to give up each other's ambitions, because if either of them are not in the two major parties, neither of them is going to be president. But they can, through their voting bloc, effect some sort of power move. So
well, that's why I say we things are no longer as we used to see them. There will be new alliances formed, definitely, and then we might see whether a new evil or a new good. Nobody knows.
All right, thank you. So back to you, Ete. So Ete, back to you, of Africa.
So that's it. The politics right now is getting very interesting. It's becoming more like a Telemundo. Every day we hear.
What is a Telemundo, by the way?
Telemundo is all these things that women watch now.
Okay. All right.
So it's becoming more like a drama, Telemundo, and things like that. So it's going to get more interesting, because the way I'm seeing Atiku now is shaking, and if it's being pressed, it might break. And when it breaks, somebody else will take that seat in PDP. And if anybody else takes it, that changes the entire complex of the 2023 election. Because if PDP gives it to a Southeasterner person, for example, that changes everything. It changes everything, because South is going to go with Southeast for sure. And if the candidate is not WIKE, which is eventually is a South, if the candidate is not WIKE and it's somebody like Peter Obi, some Southwest are going to follow him, because he's like the Southwest, and North Central is going to follow him, and probably only where he might shake is Northeast and Northwest. So he might have a clear road, because APC is broken right now. If they don't give PDP, they don't give Tinubu, they are broken because they've lost Kanu. What magic do you want to do again? How do you want to get that? Is it 30 million vote or whatever votes that Buhari used to bring every time? Because that voting block was largely Kanu too. You understand? Kanu had a significant number in those 30 million that was said that Buhari brings. So if the 30 million is going with Kwankwaso now, where are they going to get 30 million votes from now? Which is almost going to be impossible. Maybe if they try, they're going to get 8 to 10 million votes, which, except we have a massive low turnout, is not sufficient to win an election in Nigeria. So just that's it.
All right, let me show you just how significant Kwankwaso is in Kano State. So this is Governor Ganduje just storming Kwankwaso's house to try and force him back into APC. But then this is the response he got. So this is Ganduje storming Kwankwaso's house.
Wallahi ba za mu ba. An turo Ganduje. Ba za mu ba wallahi. Mun bar.
So that's the going on. You see, it's getting physical. The politics is getting physical. So that's the kind of space. Let me take you from that space. Nigerian Bar Association useless, only good for issuing statements. So this is Yemsen Wike now. So Yemsen Wike is sort of a scattergun sort of politician. It's like a machine gun. He just sprays, the bullets, and in some instances, he hits a really potent target. So you cannot really be too far from what he's saying here. The Nigerian Bar Association useless, only good for issuing statements. We've seen instances where senior judges' houses have been stormed. We saw what happened to Mary Odili. We've seen the abuse of the judiciary endlessly. This just casual bought and paid for court judgments. And every single time that the judiciary is vested upon by the federal space, the only thing you ever hear from the Nigerian Bar Association is a strongly worded statement. So why would Buhari take them with any seriousness if they don't flex muscles and only issue statements? Useless. Wike's verdict. Do you concur? Ete?
Yes, it's correct. We've never seen them do anything apart from release statement on Twitter. They've not really done anything to challenge any position. They just come online to issue statements and say that we are calling on Buhari or we are calling on this and that. We are giving so hours, and when the hours reach, nothing happens. We don't even hear of a case of them going to the court. I've never heard of anyone that they took anybody to the court. So they're just making noise virtually. They're just making noise. So that is the problem with the NBA. I don't know. It's like they don't know their jobs, probably.
All right. And to AKINWUNMI ADESINA rejecting the APC nomination form that was procured on his behalf, they were saying that it was an association of disabled women and youth that paid 100 million naira. But then, of course, a total nonsense. So what are you then making do of this rejection? He says he has no interest, but that what he's doing is far more important than to be making noise with Buhari.
Yeah, I was even completely shocked when I heard that they got ticket for him, because he never showed himself as somebody that wanted to run. He never for one day even say anything about things like that, and it shows that there's something going on the ground. That is why his name is coming up, and for his name to even come up in APC, it's somewhat surprising, because how does he want to get the APC seat on a normal day? So to me, it's funny when you see people these days buying tickets for people that don't even know that.
Should that be allowed? Should that be allowed? Should law be instituted? If you want to be something, then you have to go and purchase the ticket yourself, not by proxy.
Yeah, I feel it should not be allowed. Yeah. And even if it's allowed, it has to come with an approval from the person itself. That means the person himself have to approve of them buying ticket for him. Not he's just sleeping and he wakes up and he finds out that somebody has bought ticket for him in a party that doesn't have a party card. Doesn't even have any.
Yeah, it's not even a registered member as far as I'm aware. Yeah, but how is this thing being done?
You understand? So me, I'm of the opinion that APC is just the money laundering.
Yes.
These things that they are doing.
They are doing serious politics.
Can I interject, please?
Or
I would think these people have soiled their hands in corruption, so that they are now targeting every other person, so that at the time a corruption case is opened into how people source their funds for the application or the nomination form for every position, everybody would have been swept in the mud of corruption. So at the end of the day, they wouldn't have any option than just to either leave the case or the whole case will be compromised. So that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Did you hear what EMIEFELE said about his tickets? That if he's going to buy the nomination form, that he will use his own money that he has saved from the 35 years of working in the banking sector, his savings. for something. My God, man.
Although people like EMIEFELE, in fact, the traditional Nigerian popular politicians have money because it's not now they started looting. They've looted for years. So already 100 million is too small for them. Already. That one I know that the traditional Nigerian politician, 100 million is small for them. But he's coming out to try to form credible, which for you being a CBN governor and you're vying for that position, your credibility is gone because there's all tendencies that you are sharing our dollar reserve for delegates. There's a tendency that they are sharing dollars up and down because that is how politics is right now in Nigeria. That is what somebody like Peter Obi said. That when he was going around the 36 states, he was surprised with the way the money politics is so enshrined in our people. And that's why he said, take the money, it's yours. But look, when you're going to vote, look at your child picture. Bring your child picture and look at him and say, the candidate you're voting for, is he going to bring a better Nigeria for your children? And he made a good point there. I'm sure probably the conscience of some, not all, obviously, will be touched by those statements because after election, most of the delegates rarely benefits anything from the political class. Their only function is during elections. That is mostly their only function. So EMIEFELE is doing something very dangerous. He should resign. Then use his banking money. Yes, he said he worked years in the banking sector. He should use his banking money to vie for the position. But he should not be vying for the position as the CBN ABC, which is supposed to be non-partisan. And how did he get APC card? When did he get APC card? Because we are led to believe that position is given to people that are not partisan. To show you how deep this Buhari administration is. All his ministers, all his everything are APC staunch members. Because if he was not APC staunch members, a staunch member, he would have not come out to talk. Because we were made to believe constitutionally that those kind of role has to be non-partisan because of the sensibility of the job. You need to focus on your job, not focus on campaign. You're just going to put Nigeria in another.
Imagine the 25th largest economy in the world, and you are doing it as a part-time job.
You understand?
Unbelievable.
So Nigeria is going to end up going to another recession if he continues with this nonsense he's doing. Under him, a recession has becoming like sunlight. Everyday recession. He has actually done nothing to stabilize the economy of Nigeria. So these are I won't be even surprised if INEC chairman go and buy from him in APC, because that's how ridiculous he's getting. Then he will tell us that he wants to continue being the umpire, that there's nothing, he will be taking the case to court. You hear some kind of things and you'll be laughing with the way Nigeria doesn't have a system. It's like everybody just does what he feels. Nobody follows the constitution.
If EMIEFELE is able to hold that position, then there's nothing that stops the INEC chairman from doing that. You know, if they say, and I think the courts have found against EMIEFELE, but if they say that EMIEFELE can run CBN and be a candidate in politics, then there's nothing that stops the INEC chairman from doing the same thing.
In fact, let the Supreme Court justice even run at this point. Let the Supreme Court justice put their form in for APC at this point. Right?
It's almost like the Wild West. It's just lawless.
It's ridiculous at this point.
Beyond. And this is 2022, by the way. That it's not 1822, 2022, not 1822.
It's crazy. It's crazy because imagine the INEC chairman facilitation election that is contesting. How will he lose? How will he lose? We comfortably rig everything riggable and nothing will happen because it's his organization that's facilitating the election, which is totally absorbed in any organization or any country in the world. So it's all these kind of things we hear in Nigeria, and all these kind of things are coming because of APC. APC is a party that is structureless, no structure, no nothing, just a bunch of hungry thieves and saboteurs fighting for their heads. That is what is going on in APC. There's no organization of the party. There's no nothing. Anybody can wake up to do anything. Look at when Buhari said that all his ministers to retire. Then we heard that Amechi has retired. Then later, next day, we heard that Amechi said it did not retire. You understand? Crazy things that it just happening. How will you know clearly, stating the constitution clearly, that any appointed civil servant needs to step down? It's there clearly. It's like even somebody that can't see where we see it. But yet you see how people define this kind of things, and the party called APC is folding their hands because of they are into some shady things. And if APC comes again as the next, I don't see Nigeria having anything positive, because there's no structure. They are just going to end up fighting themselves the way they are doing now. Because before, everybody was scared of Buhari. Now Buhari is not there again. Even if Buhari is playing games with them, I'm keeping my candidate to my mind. What kind of nonsense talk is that one? What concerns us with your keeping your candidate to your mind?
You see, that's another bombshell still to come in this politics. Buhari has still to reveal his hand. He says he has a candidate, but he's keeping it to himself. So obviously the primaries are coming, and he has to signal to the space who his preference is. So if he signals who his preference is, that changes the dynamics again.
So you see, and it's definitely not Tinubu. He's definitely not Tinubu. Tinubu is out of it at all, because if it was Tinubu that was his preferred candidate, there was no need to say people were going to devour him. Nobody was going to devour Tinubu in the party as a APC if Buhari gave him the go-ahead to become president. Nobody had that power, because after Buhari, the second important person is Tinubu. So for him not to have declared the name, obviously, is a person with lower political pool, obviously, because he knows that if he says the name of the person, he will be run out of the party easily. So I'm sure when his candidate comes out, people will start fighting. You already see them fighting in Kano. They will start fighting.
All right, thank you, Ete. So, Ete, let me go on from you to Ajanle Koko, who I started off with, but I think he had to attend to matters. So, hopefully, we have Ajanle Koko back. But before I go on to Ajanle Koko, let me quickly acknowledge Alexander's super chat. He says, Ife and his Egun intonation sounds like a poet. So, of course, anytime Ife, thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Anytime Ife turns up, Alexander always delights in hearing from him. Jack on the door. Jack on the door. You remember those days on LTV? Jack on the door. Jack on the door.
Is that your was that your body spoke on this right now?
No, I think it's German. He's German.
I'm being honest when I asked the question. I'm being honest. Was that Yoruba that you just spoke?
No, Babati is not Yoruba, it's Igbo.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure. We have all these Igbo people that are pseudo Yoruba.
That's what we were trying to establish, but if it was not quite clear, are they pseudo Yorubas? Is it a derivative of the Yoruba language? But he's telling us it's a totally different language.
It's not Mama. It's not a derivative of the Yoruba language, but we have some ancestry we share together. You understand?
So it's good to have you here. But so what does Jack on the door mean? Because we used to hear that a lot.
Jack on the said.
Jack on the door. Support of door on the God Almighty.
Give me a sentence. So that
how can I? It's not possible now. I only remember the Jack on the door.
No, just give me a sentence. Then sentence.
All right. Tinubu stands no chance. Look at that. Your language is not deep enough for that. Look at it.
Wait now. Tinubu bank quick beme.
So there it is, right there.
That is something like video.
What language is that?
It's a gun. That's actually the indigenous language of Lagos State. Am I right to say that, Ife? That's the actual language.
We share, Lagos is a mixture of Egun, Yorubas, and Aworis, and the Jebu.
Are the Aworis Yorubas?
And the
yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. We have Jebus in Ekpe. We have
Ikorodu, Ijede,
Do you have more of your...
the same as Ijo?
No.
No, do you have more of your mass in Benin Republic? Do you have more of your mass? Is there more in Benin Republic? Yeah.
Yes. You know Ojuelegba is actually an Egun word. It's a mixture of Yoruba and Egun word. Legba is Eshu deity in Yoruba. So in my own place, some of my uncles actually worship the Eshu deity. So they call them Legba Hento, you know. So Ojuelegba means like the eyes of the Oju in Yoruba is eyes, Legba is Eshu. So Ojuelegba is like eyes of the Eshu deity.
Oju boy issue.
Yes, Oju boy issue.
Yeah.
Really? So it's nothing to do with flogging. We used to think it was Ojuelegba.
No. Legba is an Egun word joined with
Legba is from Egba now.
Are those people Yoruba woman?
You know that
Ondo people are Yoruba.
No,
but
Ondo State. Are they Yoruba?
Edo? No, yeah. They're not Yorubas. I don't think. They are sort of like of Yorubas. There's a mix of there's a blood tie, but they are not Yorubas as we know it.
So you mean Edo is not a Biafra?
No, Biafra.
Let's not start too early. But let me go on quickly to and that's probably why Alexander delights in your voice, and we all do. Just that undertone of that Jack on the door. So Jack on the door is Ajale Koko. So we started off with you. Osinbajo is Igbo betrayer. Southeast supported him to be vice president. Oji Uzo Kalu are making that assertion, but what underpins it? So there's two strands to that. How did the Southeast support him to be vice president? And how is Osinbajo a betrayer? I'm confused by the two, but of course, you, a man of deeper knowledge, Ajanle Koko, on decipher that for us.
I mean, it's just, I think it's just trying to misinform the people, just trying to lie and, carry out propaganda against the southern presidential aspirant, just to cover his the move he's making, to make the treacherous move he's making against the interests of the Igbo, by aligning with the North. We have some other Igbo in the race that I could team up with. He could team up with or call all the Igbos in contention with him to let them to show example by saying, I'm stepping down for one of you. Let us step down for each other. Let us position one candidate and let us go to the convention with one candidate from the East. And let us see how we can pacify some of our brother from the South. If we cannot pacify our brother from the West, because Tinubu is not going to surrender his ambition. It's so serious, he has been pursuing it for a long time. So, but what of our brothers, Igbo like us, like Amechi and the rest of them, let us pacify them and let us talk to them to step down and let us work together. I mean, they work with Jonathan. What can they do to convince Jonathan to support them? That is what he's supposed to do. So what he is saying is just to cover his own treacherous move against the interests of the East. So he was lying against the Yoruba and against the South as if they are the one that killed the interests of the Igbo. And Igbo did not contribute anything to the political success of Osinbajo. That's a lie. He lied right there again. This guy lied. He contradicted himself.
Did you see the interview?
Yes. He contradicted himself all through. He said, I have all it takes to be president. And then you say you have all the taste and you are stepping down. And at another time, he said, look, the best thing to do is to align to step down for another candidate because we don't have the number. They not have more number than us. You know, it was just rousing and just mixing lies together. You know, the Igbo people should see him as a treacherous person. He is killing the interests of the Igbo. It is not Yoruba that is
rather than Osinbajo being the betrayer. Would you say Oji Uzokadu himself is the
betrayer? He is the big betrayer. Osinbajo have not betrayed anybody. If we want to call Osinbajo a betrayer, we could call him a betrayer against Tinubu. That Tinubu was the one behind him to be whatever he is politically today, to be a commissioner in Lagos State, and to be the vice president. So it's treacherous. Anything treacherous that Osinbajo committed is against Tinubu on a moral ground. We are looking at it on a moral ground, yes, and not against Igbo. You see the way he was just trying to rope everybody together, and some of the Igbo people will fall in line with him. They will think that what he's saying is right.
How come the interviewer did not put? How come the interviewer did not push him? Why wasn't he pushed?
Oh, actually, that guy pushed him. He pushed him very hard, and he was just jumping from pillar to pole. It was, you know, mixing everything up. He contradicted himself several times. So he is the most treacherous politician against the Igbo's interest in this presidential race. He should have stepped down for CC Honor. CC Honor, we know, is a very, very disciplined man. Very disciplined. Have you heard that man talking nonsense while in office for a period of 7 or 8 years? No, he's not a laudable man. He's just doing his job as a cabinet minister and never, you know, play dirty politics. That is the man. He should have stepped down. He should have raised the hand of that man that I am considering this man. And that man is a man with track record. Is a man that we know that is not a bad politician from the East. He should have backed him, sponsor him with all the bragging he was saying. He was bragging that, my business balance sheet worth like $5 billion. $5 billion. I'm an employer of journalists. My company hire about 35% of journalists in Nigeria. He was just boasting and he was lying and he was.
He's always been a lousy guy, and he's always been lousy.
Yeah, he's weak. He doesn't have the strength. He doesn't have all it takes to pursue this presidential bid. Instead of him to keep his mouth shut and support someone else from the East like him, he started attacking Yoruba people. He started attacking. These are the things some of these bad leaders does, you know, to turn their people, to manipulate their people against others in the South, and, you know, against other tribes across the country. This is what they do. Igbo people do not fall in line with him. Igbo people should be smart enough and join and support any Igbo man that is still standing in that race, CC Onu particularly, in that party APC. And those that are supporting PDP should stand up for Peter Obi, follow their own man, and not fall in line with this a liar, a criminal, and a looter. He looted the whole state. When he was Abia State governor, he looted the state. He couldn't make any development in that state, and he have problem with the EFCC. He's still under probe with the EFCC. So he was saying a lot of things in support of what do you call this guy, Lawan. Lawan is we are schoolmates. We went to the same.
Where were they schoolmates? I want to know, because that sounds like a lie to me. I don't know, but that sounds like a lie.
He said they were roommates in the college and stuff like that. So let me come back, woman. I gotta take care of something here quick.
All right, thank you. So let's go on from you then, Ajanle Koko, and let's go on to let's go to X0 and have him tackle that space. Ojukalu interview. You came in and you were speaking to it somewhat. X0, do we still have you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So Ojukalu. So when I was reading it out, I was like referencing him to an Nzeribe sort of a person and Nnamdi Azikiwe sort of a person. And that language is somewhat, it's an easy go-to Eastern language to very quickly in politics point to the Southwest as betrayers, untrustworthy, etc. So he now goes to that language again, the Nzeribe space, the Nnamdi Azikiwe space, that Osinbajo is a betrayer, and the Igbos made him vice president, but he's not supporting their candidature. Do you approve of that tonality? Is there any veracity to it? What are you making of the? Because you remove what's it called, Ojikalu from that statement. It's a statement that still subsists. That narrative of betrayal. That so what are you making of that, X0?
I'm actually I'm biased towards I want the Igbos to have their fair share. But when I saw the interview with Ojikalu, I couldn't really place where he was heading with the interview, because I don't think you support the vice president. You support the president, and whoever is his vice also benefits from it. But to say you support the vice president, I don't know how you can, people can, a group of or an ethnic divide or a geopolitical zone can say, okay, we are fighting to make this person a vice president. You don't make somebody vice president. You just support the president, and the vice tags along. So I don't know where they supported Osinbajo. But so say that you supported Buhari, and the candidacy is between for Buhari and Osinbajo. Okay, fine. But to say you supported Osinbajo, I don't get it. I, for one, since Ojikalu started campaigning to become president, I thought it was an unripe fruit, or how would I say it, overripe fruit. Somebody that in the Igbo space, he's not the best hand. There's this saying that, yes, not when they eventually want to give it to the Igbos and then they give it to one charlatan. There are very credible Igbos in the geopolitical zone.
What sort of influence does it command in the East, Ojikalu? What sort of influence does it command?
That's one thing you have to understand again. In the politics of today, the way the Southeast geopolitical zone has transformed, I don't think you can play, let me use Peter Obi's words, I don't think you can play transactional politics in the Southeast right now, because the place is heating up, because the people are revolting, and they are seriously after the likes of Ojikalu and the leaders in the Southeast. You hear that some of them are kidnapped, some of them, their houses are burned, because seriously the Igbo youth feel that they have been shortchanged by their leaders. So I don't think transactional politics can play key roles in any election. If there's going to be even an election in the Southeast without interference by this UGM, So Ojikalu's influence was the influence of money. Without money, nobody cares about him. Nobody listens to him. You can see for yourself. The one person that everybody agrees, okay, fine, let us leave him, he has a pass, is Peter Obi. Because of his credibility. I said this year some time ago, but you were laughing at it. Am I trying to say the Igbos are holy? The Igbos know what they want. If you are credible, even if the the geopolitical zone is saying we don't want to participate, we don't want to do this. Once you are credible, they will leave you alone. And that's what you are seeing in Peter Obi. But to have an Ojus or Carlos speak, who is he talking to? Even his state, Abia State, they don't respect him. So I don't know where he's heading with this his talk that they help Osinbajo. Where did you help Osinbajo? You helped Buhari. You supported Buhari because you decamped and joined that party. You know, you joined that party. So don't be saying the Igbos did this. Who is the Igbos? You that you are an APC. You are an APC. Don't come and confuse Igbos, please. I don't buy the idea of.
Do you see why people see some sort of Nzeribe tonality to this comment?
Yes, the guy. I don't like people who fight for their heads and then they want to rope people into it. He's fighting his own war, and there's a way he will talk now. They will bring out his EFCC file again. So we don't want somebody that will go halfway and then the government, the other side will bring something against him, some compromise, and then he will. No, we don't want that. We know our leaders. We know people you cannot bring anything against. Don't try the Easterners, don't try them. They know what they want.
But X0,
yeah,
I disagree. What he said is the truth and what you say. Do I say that? That? Because wasn't it your boss who brought Buhari in? Is that true? Yes or no?
You said?
Wasn't it your boss who brought Buhari in? Yes or no?
The Yoruba did what?
They brought Buhari in.
Yes or no? Answer that question.
Yeah, it was to a large extent. It was. Don't forget that party was a mixture.
was part of the people that brought Buhari in. It's not a Yoruba man.
Who?
Rochas.
Yeah, Okorocha. That's what I'm saying. That party was.
And Amechi is there too.
Amechi was very, very instrumental with Port Harcourt money.
Front of it. He was the money man. He's prepared for Buhari's presidency. Amechi.
Yeah, that's why they are fighting to take Rivers. That's why they are still fighting. Anytime there's election in Rivers, you hear gunshots. Yeah. They wanted to take over Rivers last time, you know.
But you gotta agree there's some truth what he's saying.
What's the truth in what he's saying?
Because I think there's no getting. I'm getting what he's saying. He basically saying that the Yorubas don't realize what they're doing. They don't realize what they're doing.
No, I think Charles. What he's saying, he's not directing it at the person he's supposed to be directing. That's what I'm saying. Of course, he helped. They supported, but they supported. It was a Buhari government. Not you. When you are talking about things like that, you don't bring out the vice president. We know that Osinbajo wasn't instrumental to himself being vice president. He was picked. He was unpicked because of somebody.
I think what Oji called. Sorry, Exero. I think what Oji Kalu was essentially doing. Is this sort of slimy politics that they play in Nigeria? He's tapping into that. You know, there's a growing narrative that all the Southerners should cede the space to the Southeast because it's their turn. So he's latching onto that and amplifying it and then targeting individuals. So he's tapping into that narrative and then singling out individuals. But why he singled out Osinbajo, I don't know. Maybe you should have said
no. I don't think. Instead. I think that's a slip. Yeah. I think that's a slip. But what he was trying to infer is that when it was time, when they gave it to this set of people, and even in the past they have given it to Obasanjo, and everybody accepted and they supported Obasanjo. I know that he was also part of that crew. So it is time for the Southeast, and they should lay low and let the Southeast have it. But if they want to still insist, then he will just support the North again. Let the North have it, you know. So, but for me, I feel
but what's the sense in? I don't get that space that if they don't give it to the Southeast, then they will go. They will vote for the North. So can you talk me through that? What's the reasoning? What on if a Yoruba man gets the ticket, the Southeast will vote for a Northerner, for the Northerners to continue. So what's the reasoning behind? Can you unravel that for me?
Yeah, it is very simple. That was what I burst in with when I came in, when if Ete was talking. That was what I was trying to pinpoint. Now the politics is going to change. Since Tinubu changed the politics of Nigeria by stretching his hand to Buhari and the North. And then with the Southwest, they clinched power, Now, Orji Kalu is trying to refer to such a thing that if that's the case, he will bring his Igbo brothers and stretch a hand to the North. And whether the Southwest like it or not, the North will retain power. Because he feels that the Southwest should
Who do you think serves Igbo, let's just say Igbo, who do you think serves Igbo politics the best? A Southwestern presidency or a Fulani presidency? Which serves the interest? Which one would the Southeast thrive under more? Under a Yoruba presidency or under a Fulani presidency?
For me, I'm a common man, so I will not be able to decipher that. But for them,
just from your point of view, yeah.
For they themselves, I think whichever one enters, as long as they get their own fair share, because these guys are selfish and they are doing it for themselves.
No, pick one. That's what. No,
yes.
I'm not talking about the politician. I'm talking about the space. So if you had not the politicians but the space, so the Southeast region, would they benefit more under a Northern Fulani presidency or under a Southwestern Yoruba presidency if they don't get the presidency themselves? So who would they thrive under more, a Yoruba presidency or a Fulani presidency?
Of course, naturally, I don't know why people keep misdirecting this thing. If the Yorubas have it, it will be more favorable to the East because we have almost the same level of education. We have almost the same level. We can interact freely. We can understand each other. We've lived together for long, But this is Nigeria. Anything can happen, There's nobody.
It depends, Xero.
No. I said it depends, but he said I should pick one. For me, I feel I can easily enter any of the Southwest states and take any apartment anywhere and be sure I'm going to come out alive the next day or even after 1 week. But depends on which part of the northern area you go to. There are some places you cannot drink alcohol. There's some places, these things like that. So that's from my own perspective. Even if I've been to the north, I've been to a lot of places in the north. I know that there are some areas that if you go to, you even have to mind the way you dress and the way you speak and the way you address. But I'm assuring you that any part of the Southwest I go to, I can address anybody the way I am, the way I want, and I will walk free. That's one thing.
All right. Let's acknowledge Alexander's super chat. He's the only one using that function, but his super chat to speak to what you are talking about, the Orji Uzo Kalu comment. So Alexander, of course, he knows a lot of these politicians personally. This is an unimpressive individual when you dialogue with him one-on-one. A very good friend of my missus approached me personally when he realized I was Yoruba because of his Obasanjo confrontation. Shame. So I think some sort of extended by extended I mean not directly with Orji Kalu, but by proxy knowledge of Orji Kalu. So Alexander speaks to his knowledge of Orji Kalu. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. But it frustrates me, that sort of politics of Orji Kalu, because the worst enemy we have, I think a lot of people come here to say that for anything to move, the Yorubas and the Igbos, let's leave the entire South out. Let's say the Yorubas are the Igbos, because we're the movers of that space. They have to come to some sort of agreement on how to politic together, and when you hear sort of Orji Kalu, those sort of, because the Northerners, they know how to use those Orji Kalu type of personalities, and they use them effectively. We've seen it countlessly, and he's in play again today in this round of politicking. It's just so frustrating. and then he will give it to Ahmed Lawan, and then he will carry on as Buhari has. He will pay
think
him his
captured it.
100. Yeah.
Ajale Koko captured it well. Now that I've thought about it, he captured it well. This man wants to use, words to disguise his diabolic intentions. He wants to bow to his northern overlord.
That is, yes.
Yeah, this guy is. Don't forget, he has lived in the north so well. I think I don't know, some story about him making his money during Babangida time. I don't know. Those that are stupid stories. But this guy has lived in the north so well. So he's trying to play this game again. He's ready to open his pants again for those kind of things.
He wants to bend over again.
Yeah, he wants to bend over again. Exactly. And that's not what we want.
All right, let me take you from there to a different spot. Nigerian Bar Association useless, only good at issuing statements. Yemsen WIKE making that statement, but a lot of people would agree with that statement, especially under this Buhari dispensation. You would have expected more potency from Nigerian Bar Association, with the way that they just weighed upon the judiciary space relentlessly from day one till today, locking up judges, attacking Supreme Court judges with physical force, just arbitrariness in terms of abiding by the rule of law, just a bastardization of the judiciary space. Yeah. And you hear nothing more potent from the Nigerian Bar Association other than to issue a strongly worded statement. Nigerian Bar Association useless, only good at issuing statements, Yemsen WIKE. Do you agree with WIKE on this one, X0?
Sometimes I just love the way that guy speaks. Though he's a terrible politician, but I just love the truth that comes out from his mouth sometimes. Sometimes he just doesn't know how to control it. Like Donald Trump, the thing just leaves his mouth like that. This Bar Association, I don't know which is more corrupt, if it's police or Bar Association, because these guys are as corrupt as these are the same people that they used to pronounce difficult bail conditions for people who are fighting for the people. These are the same people who are so divided. There's a Northern Bar Association and the rest of the country has a Bar Association. These people don't know what to do for the people. With the Bar Association alone, we can easily remove these governments if they know what they are doing. How can you be used? You be used to lock up people who are opposition to the federal government. You be used to make life difficult for people. The same people made life difficult for the likes of Shora and Co. And now they want to make comment. What are they? There's nothing they can. If they rally together, they can pull us out of this mess. If they rally together, they can make a statement
let me tell you some of the potencies that Nigerian Bar Association has, but they don't affect. Just the way that Abubakar Malami abuses the law so often and all of his corruption practices, they could remove his son and as a first strike, and then disbar him. They could disrobe him and make him no longer a member of that association, which then seizes him being able to practice as a lawyer, which then just removes him from that office automatically. They have that power.
Yes.
But have they even used anything close to the sort of power that they have? All they do they issue strongly worded statements. It's nonsense.
There's this one this particular guy in this Bar Association that made me realize that these guys are all crooks. There's one called Ricky Tafa. I think he has an EFC case.
Is he the one that just got married?
No, that one is the current bar listener. This one is a practitioner. There's a lot of evil going on in that, among these people. They are most corrupt people. So corrupt. No. That's why and I think Buhari sees through these guys because he made sure that they are toothless.
Buhari says through a lot of them, you know, he's not fooled by
Yes,
anybody. He's not
yes.
fooled by any of these people.
And if you see anybody that Buhari pulls down, go and mark my word, they have a compromise. They have a compromise. That's why this guy Buhari just look at the way Buhari is doing anyhow he likes. Because of most of these politicians, most of the leaders in Nigeria, they are corrupt. They have soiled their hand. These people are, this bar association is toothless, purely toothless, because they have their. If the AFC, they send the AFC for most of them, they will pipe low, and that is how this government was able to cage all of them. And WIKE now being himself, WIKE being himself, he's a bad politician, no doubt. Because WIKE does not think before he says things, but whatever he says, sometimes they are hard truths. They are hard truths. A bad politician. I don't know how WIKE wants to become president in Nigeria. I don't know which states he's going to get his delegates from. Money cannot solve everything. He cannot even enter the Southeast because he's a bad politician. But sometimes when he speaks, man, most times he's saying the truth.
Agbero politics, Abi.
Agbero politics, you know. But most times he's saying the truth.
You know that I said that Nigeria is a mad country. That any
of
president.
Course, but Nigeria is a mad country now.
It says it needs a madman to. Do you agree with that? By the way, that it needs a madman to govern Nigeria.
I doubt that, because that was how we thought we needed somebody with Koboko to govern Nigeria. And Buhari came and he became Buhari. I beg, we don't need a madman. We need a sane person who respects the rule of law. We don't need somebody who. No, we are not kids. We know we are mature enough. We just have bad leaders. We don't need a madman. We need a normal person with a normal brain that can see the problem and solve it. Period. We don't need a Koboko.
All right, thank you. So Alexander Akache joins Alexander Gomez in the super chatting. He says, Mr. Alexander Gomez, you are appreciated and your constant support and cameo appearances is greatly enjoyed by most. More blessings, sir. So that is Alexander Akache joining Alexander Gomez in the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I will have to say Alexander Akache now. I usually just say thank you for the super chat, Alexander, but that is a mutual appreciation society from Alexander Gomez and Alexander Akache. Great friends, the two of them. So thank you for that. Let me take you from that space and take you to the space of Atiku Abubakar, angry over deleted tweet, chases journalist out of meeting. So this is Atiku now. I think it was in Jos. Yes, angry Atiku. Atiku angry over deleted tweet issue, chases journalist out of meeting with PDP delegates. So that is Atiku now. So there's a chink now suddenly in the armor of this chap. So the first strike was him deleting that tweet. So the cracks now even widening with him now. Not only did he chase the journalist out of the meeting, he sent his security details to beat them out of that space. So what are you saying? Are we seeing the implosion of Atiku now? Is it now starting to unravel before our very eyes? Atiku Abubakar, X0.
I don't know. Do you have the video?
No, I don't have the video. No, but okay. Do you have it? Have you seen it?
You know, sometimes I would like to see the video before I speak clearly on this issue. But what I can say is, yes, Atiku is a bit frustrated because he never knew that. You know, Nigerians have woken up a lot now since the NSAS, and the Nigerians have really seen what, you know, bad governance can do. So their eyes are on everybody who's possibly coming out to say he wants to lead. And this kind of scrutiny has not been on Atiku by the journalists before, that a simple deletion of a tweet message, you know, can cause so much ruckus, you know. So I think that really affected his campaign, you know, his campaign strategy, because he was feeling like, okay, he was going to coast through the PDP and win the presidential candidacy and then go on to contest and possibly be the next president. But that was not going to help him get Christian votes. And then just after that, he was coming to his, I think it was Jos or where he now, they were already laying siege, waiting for him. He doesn't know where, you know, these are the same guys who carry those stories and all those things. So that frustration must have led him to say that he doesn't want the journalists in the building. But trust Nigerian sycophants. You know, those people who are their entourage, they are very overzealous. Maybe the man had told them, okay, just tell these guys to leave this place. But they took the matters.
Yeah, everything turns to Koboko very quickly with
exactly. Exactly. You know, because trust me, the way Nigerians...
Do you think you can still handle Nigeria X0? Do you think you can still handle it?
No. I couldn't even handle UK, man. I was traveling through UK to Nigeria. Immediately I got to UK, somebody was shouting at me that I shouldn't enter the plane. I should wait there. And he was a white guy, you know. I'm like, wow, you guys are very loud in UK. We don't. I never seen a person shout here. So when I now got to Nigeria, immediately I got to the airport. Somebody was saying, see this one. They were referring to me. You know, I was like, oh my
Where's
God.
X0 located? Where are you? What country?
Yeah, where are you located, X0?
I'm in Sweden.
Oh no, yeah, that's a Gibraltar country now.
No, this place they don't shout. They don't even raise their voice.
Yeah,
you will never see people shouting or talking. They will look at you like a strange person, you know. So I don't think I can.
How small is the Nigerian community there? I have a friend that lives there, Oscar. Do you know? You probably don't know him.
I know everybody here, so maybe if I see his picture, I will know him.
Yeah, but I won't tell you his last name because obviously, one of my friends lives there. But the thing is, okay, you are all you probably married to a Swede. I don't know a full Nigerian family that lives in Sweden. Is there a full Nigerian family?
Of course. We have different. We have the Edo community. We have the Igbo community. We have the Yoruba community. We are full and functioning. But the thing is,
I mean, like a couple, a Nigerian couple.
Of course, yeah, we do.
Because most Nigerians, they're usually men, and they are usually married to some blonde Swede.
Yeah, but no, they are full-fledged. Oh, some Nigerians are here.
One man is low-key jealous. That's what's going on. The man is low-key jealous.
No, you know, I had all the options, but I chose to stay. You know, keep the race pure. Keep the race pure.
Keep the race pure.
You know, I could never stray from Oyo. You know, that's just is in the blood. But
you are talking jollof rice.
Let's acknowledge Tony or Grace. She's coming under a different name, so it's her birthday today. So it says, by the way, one man, it's my birthday today, so I am awaiting my present. So happy birthday! So that's your present. So happy birthday to Grace. Yeah. So there it is. You know the way they sing the happy birthday song now, they've funkified it and they've turned it into, I don't know why they don't just leave things alone. Everything has to be spiced up and jigged up, and
man, you need to keep up with the times.
No, but sometimes, you know,
no, it's not.
Once upon a time, you could go into a shop and order for a coffee, and they ask you black or white. Do you want it with or without milk? Now you need a degree to offer soca, mocha, duka, dika. You know,
they'll say, do you want mocha? Do you want latte or with the strawberry, or do you want?
I want coffee. I don't want. What is going on? Sometimes they should just leave things alone. They work perfectly the way they are.
I would like, just give me anything at this point. I can't.
And then you start to feel silly that you don't know it. All you want is a coffee. And then they are making you feel stupid, you know. Yeah, soca, mocha, duka, or the, you know, latte, batte, you know, all this ridiculousness.
Hello, Omar. Let me share my experience when I went to London. So
go on. Yeah,
I went for my passport interview. Then, you know, I was exhausted. When you leave the passport office, you understand what happens.
No, it's a hellish.
Okay, fine. So I said, okay, let me get something. On the what's it called, when you've left that London Park now, going towards Victoria train station. I entered this coffee shop. Like, please give me coffee. That was the question I regretted in my life. At the end of the day, you know what I did? I just said, don't worry, just give me water, give me give me they had this
do you want full fat milk, semi-skimmed?
Yeah,
do you want this,
like,
that, and the other? Do you want it foamy? Do you want it loamy? Yeah, coffee now.
I said, give me pancake and water. Let me leave this. Let me leave this place. Like,
did you feel silly when they were?
Yeah, sure.
They make you feel silly, don't they?
The lady was like, the waiter was like looking at me like,
where's this one from? This one is from the villages. You know, all you wanted was a coffee. Oh, just give me a coffee. Kilo day. Oh my God. What people like Babati are turning this world into? Only God will save us.
You know what? You need to keep up with the times, you know.
But sometimes the time just needs to be left where it is, you know. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
No, you need to, you know, anything that has changed. We're evolving creatures, so you know, we need to keep up with the times and, you know, be progressive, something conservative.
All right. Do you know there's made in China Gary now?
You know what?
Serious?
I saw that. Yes. I saw that at the Asian store the other day. It was an Asian store. They're like, oh, we sell African stuff. I'm like, what do you sell? So I'm like, look, let me even see what they have. Milo, and they had Gary and the Pando thing. I'm like, and they had China stuff on them. Like, wow. So we are not exporting
made in China Gary. So
that's good.
That's
good.
That's not
that
good.
Will help. That will make us sit up. For years, for years, we have been eating Gary in that continent. We have never refined it to that level.
No, we don't want it refined. It's exactly as it should be. You have to be able to soak it, and you have to be. Well, what do you want to refine Gary?
But it's good. It comes from there's always going to be somebody copying from you. Just like our Afrobeat. I would love if Afrobeat is a world music. Some other person from China is singing Afrobeat.
No.
Let them copy.
People have their staple food, their staple culture. That sometimes you don't copy from other people. You know what I mean? When it comes to some certain things, you don't mess with from a different. Everybody has their own cultural, you know, staple food that nobody messes with. Gari, forget the cultural part of it. Look at the economic aspect of Gari being made in China. You are losing money.
And you know, you'll find it on Nigerian streets too now. They're exporting Gari to Nigeria.
You're losing. My dear, I don't understand. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. That's a good thing for you, because now if Gari becomes this Gari you are talking about is sold to your own people. But now, if Gari becomes very popular, you can now make it and sell it to the rest of the world too.
But you are
opening. But they are selling it to you. It's not like they are not consuming it themselves. We are still the consumers, but they are making it. Do you know that the Gari economy is almost a 20 billion economy in Nigeria alone?
Cassava,
$20 billion. That is
a huge export. So why would you give that up to a different country?
But you can't stop them, can you? You can't stop them, can you?
Yeah, but it is just
Nigeria should look what.
And they will refine it. They will turn it into a lubo. You will have the texture of it. What they just, you know, we can't allow that. You know, but there it is.
Nigeria needs foreign people to help Nigeria develop. And I think what Kenya is doing, and Kenya is doing a good track.
But not our diet, not our staples. We don't need anybody to develop Gari.
I think we need foreign people.
Gari is already exactly as God intended. You know, Mama in the interland, she will do it, and then she will dry it in her forecourt, and then send her children to go and sell it to their jebotas in the town.
After how many years? After how many centuries of eating Gari, we have not gotten a big machine that can make Gari. We are still frying it with fire. Leave these people, let them modernize it. If you cannot modernize it, let them modernize it.
No, we are saying that it should be made in Nigeria. We're not saying that it should be made in Nigeria. It should be not sold to us. You are missing the point.
My brother, I believe you wear suits sometimes. You know, that's not your cultural dress. You should wear Nigeria.
This one, he wears suit to bed, I'm sure. He's one of those people that wear suits to bed.
I wear
because we want to have cooperative dreams.
But what's the confuse? The same China is helping Nigeria. Why is it in Kenya? Chinese helping Kenya. So
No, where's your voice so low, Charles?
I'm saying the same Chinese helping Nigeria. Why is that? I just watched the Nairobi Express open in Kenya. That's marvelous. No, all African can build that. That's show me something. China do something in Kenya that is not doing Nigeria. I know what's going on.
No, China only does as you commission them to do. They are not spending their own money in Kenya. Kenya commissions them to build an infrastructure and they build it. If Nigeria commissions them to do the same, they will, as they did with the railway. So I'm not sure.
But I know, but why Nigeria to use China as advantage? Nigeria should realize something. They should China to help them. That actually might be good for Nigeria. Because I think Kenya is realizing that and Kenya using that for advantage, and that's working Kenya very well.
All right. Okay. I don't know what that means, but okay.
Can I just add my view on this Gary space?
Yeah, go on.
You see, if the Nigerian state or we ourselves as people, we don't let go of all this our bureaucracy that affects trade, we are going to be the one who is going to lose at the end of the day. I am opportune to have worked with all these Nigerian stores that distribute our produce before. You see, one thing I found out is, you see, for our people to be able to bring the foods we eat from Nigeria to any country, let me be specific, in the UK, the type of headache they go through our customs, you cannot imagine. Now, a rival country which is more technological savvy is now entering that space. It should tell the Nigerian government that it's not only the Yorubas that will lose, or any Nigerian running that business that will lose, they also will lose, because automatically they are not going to
it's a venture that is doomed to failure, because yes, it is a venture that is doomed to failure, because Gary is not something that you can use science. It's a feel and texture, isn't it? It's a feel and a texture. So they can never get it right, can they?
No, one man, you know why they're going into it?
Throwing Gary into a machine and
one man, you know why they're going into it?
Ding dong ding. We don't.
One man.
My
you know why I told you to leave them alone? Because one, my farm in Oyo State, do you know we intended to do cassava? But do you know that we were going to face the Herculean task of peeling the cassava? There's a lot of machines that come from China, because that's why I said for centuries we've been doing Gary, we cannot mechanize. That's why farming and preparing cassava has been a tedious. That's why people are running from cassava farming, because the cassava itself is manually peeled, because we have not devised a machine yet that can peel the cassava properly without chopping off some of the cassava itself.
But why don't you go and commission them in UI, or it's not beyond the science that Nigeria
No, but we Nigerians should make this machine themselves so that it will be cheap.
Extra. What is the job of UNAB? UNAB is the biggest university for agric in Nigeria.
I don't think it's beyond their capacity to
they should be investing.
Not beyond their capacity, but they have failed. They have not been able to get it right. That's what I'm telling you.
So what is the point of being a agric university? You cannot create things that will make your farmers jobs, life easier. So what's the point of
please, man, don't get it wrong. We are not the only ones that eat Gary, and we are not the only ones that use cassava.
But we're discussing us right now. I'm saying that if you have a university of agriculture that is ranked top 15 in Africa,
Babati, they don't invest. They don't invest on research. They don't invest on education. So how do you want to achieve that kind of?
That's my point. That they should be doing that. We should be doing that. If you have a university,
Babati, I went even to Firo. There's one called Firo. They make a lot of machines, but still most of the machines they make are not still getting it right. This machine, yes, it's just anything that rolls and can peel, but still it's peeling the Gary itself from the cassava. they've not been able to figure out a way to put this cassava in and get it out on time, and then peel the you know, there's a green, there's a brown back, and there's a yellow back.
If we have the technology to dry kilishi, as Alexander is telling us, kilishi. But let's get back to if yes.
Yeah. You see, another problem that
is he there?
Hello, hello.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
You see, another fear, my fear is China has the population to, if let's say they want to start peeling cassava manually, they have the population to do it at a minimum amount, you know, at the if you look at the marginal cost on any cassava they are going to start peeling, because you have processes there where they also peel they have this have you eaten this, they are transparent noodles before? You know that the transparent noodle thing is being peeled manually too before they will now start using machines. So
if
these are the
do you know what the job of the government would then be if they have that benefit?
Yeah, because Babati, our government is not sincere with us.
Then you increase the taxes on any guy that comes from China to Nigeria. That's how you balance that off to keep.
No, Babati.
That's what the Americans do. They will tax you out of profitability to protect their market.
No, Babati. The question is this: the Gary that has been produced and eaten in Nigeria does not even make money for Nigerians than the one they have access to export today. What's it called?
You start from home first, is my point. You start from home first. Secure your own base.
But I have a question. I
wanted to leave the Gary space, but I'll go on, ask that question.
Just one last.
Because it was only meant to be a little,
But is the China labor cheaper than Nigerian labor?
I think so.
Yes.
I think the Chinese labor is the cheapest in the world.
Yes, it's very cheap.
It is not. Not cheaper than Nigerian. No, not cheaper than
Nigeria. It's not cheaper than Nigeria.
Why do you say that, middleman?
We have the cheapest labor in the world. Nigeria has the cheapest labor.
Okay, so why is
you mean Africa? You mean Africa?
Yes, Nigeria in particular. Yeah, in Africa. Nigeria is dying.
What happens in China is that they produce in large quantities, so they make up for the cheap
cost.
For the cost of production. They produce in huge quantity and they export it and make it cheap, so they make up for the cost of production. But they are
But globally, they have a reputation for almost slave labor type production.
That is a reputation that was stereotyped in the 90s and in the 2000s. That country has pulled over 400 million people, not out of poverty, but into middle class in the last 20 years. 400 million. So it cannot be a cheaper level compared to Nigeria.
But that is doable in Nigeria, is my point. We can actually move more people.
It's doable, but you know that's why China is invading Africa, taking over the space, because they know that the world is going to look towards Africa for that cheap labor.
That was my next
point.
They're
already here.
Let me give.
So wherever the world turns, they will meet China.
Let me give you an example. I was in Sacramento like 3 years ago for a conference. So they had people from Silicon Valley for small scale business, and they came. And all they were talking about was Africa. I'm like, so I asked them. He said our focus is Kenya and Nigeria. And I asked him why. He said they are tired of going to China and India. They're looking for a cheaper market to produce their goods. So they're looking at Nigeria for manufacturing. So all those call centers, all those stuff they are getting in India for those high costs, they can actually get it for reduced cost in Nigeria. Way more reduced cost. But your government is not even tapping into that. Those countries, those companies, they want to leave all these Asian countries and look towards Africa. But your government of Africa has to provide that avenue for them to come in.
Yeah, Babati, I think the problem is our government too knows that if an average Nigerian is sustainable in terms of financial sustainability, it will affect their own way of coercing the public too. That's the way I'm looking at. So they will do every bureaucratic.
Are you saying they are deliberately keeping them in perpetual poverty?
But I think it's not just the leaders.
I think I've had that argument with Baba Akure before, and I wasn't quite sure that I agree.
Is Nigeria not? Do you think if we want to start having 24 hours lighting in Nigeria, we cannot do it?
Within 2 years, we can.
No, I don't want to say 2 years. Maybe in the next 10 years.
No, where they have built up to, because they have a lot of infrastructure for it already. So
in 2 years they can.
Yeah.
In 2 years it's possible.
They have a lot of all the turbines and everything. They've bought the turbines since Obasanjo era. So I don't know what's holding them back.
You just copy these smaller countries that have done it, the former Asian tigers. You know what?
You can light up Lagos easily because there's gas already in quantity. You can light up the whole of the southwestern space just easily now with gas.
Can you imagine? Another thing is this. Let me quickly add this. Nigeria, to show you that Nigeria has the capacity. Nigeria is building a gas pipeline to Morocco.
Yeah, that's to pipe into the European
space.
Yeah.
So are you now telling me that gas that can be used to find foreign currency
to power their lights, but you can't use it to power yours?
No, let's be sincere with ourselves. And they are giving Nigeria.
And we are not saying you should have the technology, but the technology is easily purchased, and you have money. And you have money.
They even have the Google cable coming into Nigeria from Europe. Now that sea cable coming in.
Exactly.
That would change everything. That would change everything in that country. And you should if you have have electricity and you have manufacturing, that country will just go up. I'm telling you, your GDP will grow more than China if you play your cards right as a country.
So it's deliberate in my own opinion.
Well, we have to escape Buhari first. If we come out of Buhari alive, then we stand a chance. If we come out of Buhari alive, and that's a big if. But I think, sorry, I want to go to Bartholomew because since the session started, he has been trying to come in, and he dips out and then he dips back in. It is daylight where he is, so I'm assuming he's in America. So Bartholomew, can you hear me?
Is he undercover or something? What is it with the cam?
No, he's moving around and then he's holding his camera. So I think, so that's... Can you hear me, Bartholomew?
Yes, Mr. One Man. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody.
Wherever you are.
Yeah, whatever.
Yes. Yes, they do. So to the conversation, I think you came in when we were talking about the Orji Kalu accusing Osinbajo of treachery. Is that a space you were looking to speak on?
I'm always, I was. I came in that time, but I think network was a little bit disturbed. So, and I think instead of me staying, and it's gonna be.
Where are you? Are you in America somewhere?
I'm going to be now. I'm in New York. So.
New York. Oh, look at that. An Englishman in New York, an Igbo man in New York. I'm
not an Englishman. I'm an Igbo man. Oh.
Yes.
Biafran man.
Are you sure? But your accent sounds so Dutch. We thought you were a Dutch man. You're not from
No. You know, say my brother. You know, say before you go sell your goat tonight, you go carry waka all around the market. So now the same thing you do, small.
All right. So which of the topics particularly interest you? What were you looking to speak to?
My brother, I'm a man of all. So general, you know, sir, when we come to this very their politics and all this kind of thing, and you know, it's not if I begin to hear all Jews or Kalu name, the thing that on my belly. So, but what thing that they say? First of all, let me greet everybody. I'm so sorry, I didn't do that for the first time. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And a hello, and a salute to my people. So make one. Man, no best for me. What did they say? This one, all Jews or Carlo matter. This all Jews or Carlo matter. I know feel life now. All our politicians, so Peter Bio, Basanjo, Tunubu, Balak, all of them. Now for their own pocket, then the final. They are looking inside their own pocket. These people don't even care about me and you. The only person here I can easily
Let me help you. Is Peter Obi? Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
No. I was okay. Go on. You land it, but it's Peter Obi. But carry on. Yeah, we're listening. Carry on. The only person you were saying. Oh, we lost him. Oh, that was a shame. That was me being cheeky because when he said the only person, we already know where it's going. You know, of course, to Peter Obi. But try and reconnect Bartholomew so we can hear more.
One man.
Is it not the same? The man that is speaking in that tonality, where else is he coming from? From Abakaliki with love, not from Russia with love, but from Abakaliki with love. So X0, round off your thoughts on that space, and then I would want Meadowman to address Shekarau joining NMPP. But round off your thoughts on that space, X0.
On the Peter Obi, Orji Zakalo space.
The Orji Zakalo space. So the politics that is playing somewhat poisonous politics, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think Orji Zakalo is in the mold of the likes of Tinubu. He's not different from Tinubu. Tinubu, who took money from Jonathan and still who went to Buhari. You know, so I don't know. The guy has his Orji Zakalo has a northern inclination. He always served his northern masters, you know. He made all his money. He started his career from the north, where he was doing his businesses before he now graduated into politics.
A lot of senior Eastern politicians, they actually they are like of course
Okorocha is also you know, and they call him Okoro Hausa, you know, because he's an Okoro that is Hausa. So they always bow to their northern masters, you know. But the East, as it is, like I told you, the East has transformed from a transactional politics to a more conscious politics now. They are very conscious of whatever happens in the environment now. They are burning homes of their so-called leaders. They even want to kidnap and kill them, you know. So you can see that the Eastern zone is hot. You know, they are enforcing sit at home, and they are, you know, I mean, you can't just come to the East and just tell them anything and they believe you. Orji Zakalo is not a respected politician. The likes of Abaribe and Peter Obi, that I can tell you, are the only two I can even say.
You know that guy is one of my favorite politicians in Nigeria. I've just always liked him. Senator Abaribe, of course. You know,
Abaribe,
there's a sincerity
and he was
to him.
Orji Zakalo's deputy. Yeah. He was Orji Zakalo's deputy. You know, but for some reason he seems to align towards the yearnings of the people. He speaks their mind, and he's not afraid to say it in public. In fact, sometimes I fear for the man's life. You know, because the way he says those things, you know, being a minority leader, though, but still, the way he says those things he says, you know, puts him like out of the box. Those kind of politicians don't make the Nigerian.
Is he not gunning for the Abia seat? I think he wants to be governor, doesn't he? Senator Abaribe.
I thought I saw something like that, but I'm not too sure. But I thought I saw something. He has his own ambitions, though. I think it's something like that. Yeah, I think I saw something like that somewhere.
I would love him to be. We already have Soludo, so imagine if we have Senator Abaribe as Abia State, then you start to see real transformation in the southeast.
Yeah, and I think that's why I said the southeast has become a more conscious. They've become conscious, more politically conscious. They practice conscious politics instead of what you see in other parts of Nigeria, where
conscious politics, sort of like Opposodema style.
No, I mean they look into the character, the credibility, and what you can offer, you know, rather than just come and give them something. And there was during the last election, they were trying to bribe some women. Now these APC people were trying to bribe some women. They say, no, what Buhari has done to them. No. They refuse to collect the money. You know, and that's what's happened. That's what applies in the Southeast now, most part of the South.
Okay, give me your verdict on the Eastern governors, and then before I go on to Middleman. So I'll give you their names, and then you give me your verdict. So Abia State, Okezia Akpazu. What's your verdict on him?
That was useless. It's useless.
0.
Would you consider Akwa Ibom part of the Southeast, Udom Emmanuel, or is it not? Is not one of yours?
Udom Emmanuel is that not the one that built Ibom Airport?
Yes, I suppose. Is Akwa Ibom one of the Southeast states? Would you say? Or is it
Well, I don't know if you say the Eastern region, but I don't. They're not in Southeast. They're in the South. Yeah.
All right. It's a bit too early, but Charles Soludo.
Yes, Charles Soludo, 100% a real man who wants to work. But it should, you know, most of this kind of people, they're not good with politics. They are good with doing the physical work. You know, he's gonna work, but his political comment, he should just leave political commentary for other people to be talking. Just be working. You know, I know he's gonna do something. His entourage, his team is world class. Even as the mayor of London or a mayor in UK as part of his team.
All right, but your verdict on Abia State was 0. I'm going to leave Akwa Ibom because I'm not sure if it's one of the Southeast states, but Anambra you approve of. What about Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi? What's your verdict on him?
That man, as I have come to understand, that man really did some things. You know, he built some things.
I thought they were flogging him in the Southeast at the moment. Is it not hated?
Yeah, but he did some things. That man did some things. He built a lot of things, but still, you know, I'll give him maybe 30% because of what they could not achieve, with what they had the opportunity to do but could not do because of politics. You know. Because of the APC policy. I'll give him 30%.
All right. And Enugu State, Ifeanyi Agwanyi. So what about Ifeanyi Agwanyi? Enugu State. What's it?
20%. 20%.
One man, you mean you cannot pronounce Ifeanyi, or you're just trying to...
Yes, what did I say? I said Ifeanyi. What did I not? Why are you always speaking on me, man? I said Ifeanyi. I'm an Oyo man now.
Everybody knows how to pronounce Ifeanyi in Nigeria.
Rabbi.
That is guy. You come again. What about Hope Uzodinma, Imo State?
Yes, Hope Uzodinma. A lot of people might want to disagree, but you know, they say even a bad clock is right twice a day. Do you know that man has won because of his because of his closeness to Buhari? He has been able to win an oil block, or is it the oil block for Imo State from Rivers.
No, I think they lost that case. So did they not lose that? I think
they
won that case.
I think they are winning it. The Supreme Court
WIKE won that case. I'm pretty sure WIKE won it.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. WIKE, they have ruled it in favor of Rivers State, but WIKE is saying that he is still open to the gentleman agreement with Imo State. But officially, I think the Supreme Court have given it to
WIKE.
Rivers State. I think it was about some oil wells that was in the border between Imo State and Rivers.
All right. So then the totality of it then is somewhat like a 35-40% that you've given the four governors, because
no, Imo State is zero. Imo State is zero.
So apart from Charles Soludo, who we cannot really assess because it's only 3-4 months in. So it's 0 to the rest of them. Dave Umahi,
almost 0 to the rest of them.
Yeah.
Because they are still part of the old cargo that the young people want to flush out. You know, they are at this point. They were at the point where the Southeast discovered that look, their problem is their leader. Part of their problem is their leader, and they must flush them out. So Soludo is the first new entrant, and it's a clever choice. The rest of them are still part of the dumb class. They need to be removed.
You know, one person that I thought would have been Soludo class, but of course we would never know, was Emeka Ehidioha. I was quite excited for Imo State when he won that, but of course, yeah.
Yes, you know, but then you saw how it went, and they brought in their stooge, you know.
All right.
He was a very strong politician. He's the one that took. He actually those 17 oil wells that River State have claimed now. He won the. He was winning it. In fact, it was really in favor of Imo State. So immediately he left. Then this Opus Odima, I don't know which direction is.
That guy's most hated Ghana is
just took the thing from his hands.
So sorry, I could barely hear what either of you were saying. But
is the most hated Ghana is. That's a fact.
No, that's not a fact. Now you don't know enough to say that.
That guy's a nonsense guy.
Because we hear him being abused on Radio Biafra. Don't worry. Just still in that space. These two, Exiro and Meadowman too, and Inzibi they can chime in, but Exiro or Meadowman. So we know how Opus of Dima came into Imo State. But has he gained enough popularity for him? Because I'm expecting that Ebeke Ehidioha, he will come up against him again in the next round. So do you think he has done enough to retain that seat? Or do you think that the Imolites are just waiting to punish him at the next election?
I think he has not done enough. He's still in the limbo. And it's not about doing enough. He can never do enough because he's seen as undeserving of the seat, and then he is from APC. So it is a double strike on him. So it doesn't matter what he does. There's no way he's going to turn that around. Of course, he could win. You know how elections go in Nigeria if he's rigged in again. But in a free and fair election, it's almost impossible.
For Hope Uzodinma to retain.
Yeah, I think Hope Uzodinma is one of those governors. If he loses the second term bid, I think he's going to be the first governor in Nigeria who will be wondering, when did this tenure start? When did it end? Because he never really hit the ground, you know. He's just one governor who started with problems and he's going to be pushed out with problems. He doesn't even know whether he's governor yet. At some point, he was struggling to be recognized as the governor of the state. So instead of doing work,
do you think the Imolites are surrendered to the fact now, or are they still turning their back on him, or are they surrendered to the fact now that he's
they've turned their back seriously on that guy? That's why even Buhari, when he was leaving the one time, he said, okay, he saw for himself firsthand that this guy was lying to him. This guy was just assuring that, come, my people want you. Buhari came and there was a ghost town. That's how bad it is.
We covered that here, yeah.
Yeah, that's how bad it is in Imo State. You know, the Imo State has never been this bad. That you hear killings here, killings there, killings here, killings there, sit at home here, sit at home there. It's just Imo State has never been this bad.
That Olu bombardment was the game changer for the whole Imo State and
But is that not what people people are accusing Soludo of? Because the usual thing was to go after them, bombard them, call the army in and do this and that. And then he has shown a different approach to that effect. He first extended the olive branch to them. And then, they were kind of still observing him when he started going against the seat at home, the Monday seat at home. And now he visited Nnamdi Kanu, and some are saying, they don't trust his visit, that, it's just a way to launder his image. Or then those that are against Nnamdi Kanu and saying, why would he visit, that is giving Nnamdi Kanu some kind of relevance that he doesn't deserve. So there's no way you can please everybody. but Hope Uzodinma, when he came in, he took the normal Nigerian approach. Let's just go there. I bring army now. Let's just go there and crush them. And that is why what Imo State is today happened. You know. So
I think if I wanted to come in with a question, if did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I want to ask. Did anybody remember what Buhari said when he made that Imo speech? I just was saying something like, "Thank you for inviting me. I now know better" or something. That was very, very
Why is he always wearing Igbo outfits anytime he goes there? We all know he hates them. So why are you fooled when he wears your Igbo outfit when he turns up in the southeast?
That is a tradition now. That is a tradition.
But I think the tailor did him a disservice there. Did you see? Well, I don't want to.
You mean the trouser that didn't touch the floor? Eh?
But apart from that, did you see how lean Buhari was? I mean,
no, it doesn't. Clothes don't wear well on him because he's such a gaunt man. You know, there's nothing you put him in that it won't look. It will look like a hanger, a coat hanger.
Yeah, exactly.
Clothes don't. His tailor must be sacked. It just looks gaunt.
But anyways, put everything said. I think Imo State has become the tragedy of the East. You know, and this governor, if he doesn't win the next election, he will be the only governor that will be wondering whether he was a governor at all, because he just met war on ground, you know, and he underestimated the power of the people. You cannot bring
because Soludo he needs good governors around him to work with. So we really need Senator Abaribe in Abia State House, and we really need Hope Emeka Ihedioha in Imo State, because these are the sort of people that Soludo can work with. Not Hope
exactly.
Even that is what some illiterate
that is what even one of the governors said. They said now the Southeast, you know, the Southeast governors they normally have meetings, but when they have meetings, the APC governors will say, okay, let us hold on, let us meet the Abuja. Then when they go there, they will come back and start giving a different approach to issues. That is why the Southeast could not, you know, work as a region, you know. Yeah, and there's just
if they had Abaribe in Abia State and they had Emeka Ihedioha in Imo State, and they retain Soludo in Anambra State, I won't give up my Oyo citizen, no, but I will move to Igbo land. Yes, to go.
But the best
that would be the place to be. Yeah,
of course. Performed is if we're being honest, is Devumai now.
Did you not just slam him now that he's useless? Did that not just slam him?
No, I didn't slam him. I said the man did something. No, I said Umahi did something. What I've discovered was that he built a lot of things. Umahi built a lot of things. I even saw some of the shopping complexes he built.
They're only accusing him that he was giving his, you know, people he knows the contracts and all that. But it doesn't matter. Give anybody as long as you deliver to the, you know, as long as.
No, where he failed was allowing the herders to you know, destroy the state. You know, that was where he failed a lot. And then bending towards the Buhari.
True. He was trying so hard not to offend
instead of facing the reality.
That was what made people to, because nobody could think of his infrastructural development at that point.
Nobody even concentrated there. You know.
So I think that was what played, spoiled his name somehow.
So leaving out Soludo, who would you say is the most successful governor in the Southeast? Because we can't really.
Dave Umahi.
It must be Dave Umahi. Yeah. You see that one that said he will be giving pregnant women 500 naira. That one is most disgusting.
Who's that? The Abia State.
Yes. I just dislike that guy. Even the way he danced.
Women, they need milk now, so that's milk money now.
500 naira. 500 naira.
Money.
He's just incompetent. He's just
per
incompetent.
day or per what?
Honestly.
Unless if it's 500 per day or something like that.
You know, they buy a kind of powdered milk now, and that will last them for a week for the health of the baby. You know.
Do you know?
You need to see that interview.
That man. In fact, personally, I'm from Imo State, but I take Abia as because I spent a lot of time in Aba, so I see that place as more of my, I'm more passionate about Abia State than even Imo State. But you see, the man, Aba is supposed to be the first state in the southeast to even have, maybe the second after Enugu, to have an international airport because of, the business activities there. The man, I don't know what he has done exactly. I don't know. Maybe he needs to come and do a press conference and tell people what he has done. Because most people are capturing the road. There's this YouTuber that went there the other day. Only one road that he built in Aba or something like that. Then probably they are saying he did some other things in Umuahia and all that. And some other things that nobody knows about, Airport, Abia State now will be the only, after Ebonyi State Airport is completed, Abia State will be the only state in the southeast that don't have an international airport, that don't have an airport, and that's supposed to even be the first because of the commercial activities there. So the man, I don't know, the man is just...
Why, that is why sometimes I don't understand. Why is it that, because that is my opinion. I think Nnamdi kind of spared these people too much. This guy in this Okezie Ikpeazu is one of the worst tragedies to hit that state. Why is it that Nnamdi kind of did not focus on I'm not saying he should focus solely on that, but he never hit them like he should.
You mean Okezie or the whole of the
Okezie of Abia State. Is he not from Abia State?
But you see, one of the places, one of the reasons is that Okezie played safe a lot in terms of that security something. He was also coming out. There are several videos where he came out and spoke against the what is it called? What are those people called? The open grazing and So he was a bit playing. He was a bit on the side of the people when it as regards to.
But he didn't come out to he said those things, but yet it happened. So it was like he was pleasing the people, but on ground.
He was not doing much, honestly. But at that point, that was the most important topic to the people: the security and these the full terrorist headsmen.
But today.
Sorry, land that point, and then I want to acknowledge Alexander Super Chat.
Today in the southeast, most of the cows that enter the southeast now enter in trailers. They don't come. Entering people's farms anymore. They come in trailers.
Yeah.
And so.
But that's better now. So that's a business. If they are transporting them in trailers, there's nothing wrong with that. It's livestock.
Yeah, that is what we were always saying.
On the roads, contending with cars for that's just what we don't want, Let me acknowledge Alexander Super Chat. So it says, one man, I invite you to my abode in Owerri. Wonderful city, hospitable people, reminds me of Lagos in the early 70s. So Alexander, of course, a house everywhere. He has a home in Accra, in London, of course, and Dallas. But then his wife from the east, so I can understand the Owerri connection. So he says, one man, I invite you to my abode in Owerri. Wonderful city, hospitable people, reminds me of Lagos in the early 70s. So that's Alexander. But so thank you for the super chat. But this caught my eye just in whilst this person now, Chiamaka, she insists that she was born and raised in Ebony. So quite where Ebony is, I don't know, you know, born and raised in Ebony. But, look at this person.
That Chiamaka is not a real
She was
Ebony.
neither born, she wasn't born or raised in Ebony, because I don't know, maybe that's somewhere in New York. I don't know. Maybe it's an American Ebony. But this one caught my eye as well. This is Irene Finest. It says Ikweazu. So if I mispronounce that name, I see they just allow it. Ikweazu is a shameless man. He's busy talking about 500 naira when he bought a 2022 Range Rover for his actress girlfriend, Chika Ike. So she's quite detailed. That's why I went in. So there's an undertone of bad belly in that. I don't know. Is that your space? Are you are you wishing you are Chika Ike? Is really? But
for one man,
yeah.
For one man, yeah. When some of these governors talk, you'll be wondering if they are mentally okay. Somebody who is this rich, who has been blessed to be a governor for so long, opened his mouth to say he's going to give 500 naira to any pregnant woman. I mean,
no, it's taking the piss, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
Is that normal? It's just like when Tinubu said people will be eating egg.
But he also gave the state Chicken Republic. Do you remember? So did you have Chicken Republic before he became governor?
Are you trying to insult that state?
No, but you said that in jest. But some of the things that they used to measure a place is, does it have McDonald's? So that's how they assess development. That does it have? So you have Chicken Republic now. So
why you sound? I will let it see.
It's giving you milk and it's giving you Chicken Republic. And you are still complaining. What more do you want?
Can you see? They say the Southeast should be thanking God for Chicken Republic.
Is this not the stomach infrastructure that Fayose was telling us about?
But I'm going to say that Ikweazu, he didn't do, I don't think we can rate him more than maybe 40%. And that 40% will just be because of how he tried to be careful with the security of the state. And that's why right now, what you see happening in Imo State and maybe Anambra is not happening like that in Abia. Because the man tried to...
Okay, give me your hierarchy in terms of impact on the people. Leaving out Soludo, who's not long in the office enough for us to really assess. Give me your hierarchy in terms of impact of the people of the Southeastern governors.
Impact of the people?
Impact, how have they impacted, how their administration have impacted positively on the people in terms of infrastructure, well-being, etc. So a hierarchy of 4.
I think we'll still go with because infrastructure will make people, it created a lot of employment for.
So who are you going with? Who are you going with? Who is your number one?
Number one, Ebonyi State Governor. I'll put him there, to be honest. I know that he handled the security issue, a bit too much political, tone was there. But still, I'll go with him as number one because of that infrastructure that he was able to do and transform that state to, it's a very
mini
beautiful
London
place now.
Then, but by the way, sorry to interrupt you, but I watch a lot of drive-through videos, especially of the eastern part. It's well laid out, some of the major cities. There's some girl that does a lot of these drive-throughs, in the east. I don't know. Of course, she'll show the best part, but some of the parts that she shows, they're just so well laid out. But who's your number 2? Yeah, in that hierarchy.
Number 2. Hey, who is number 2 now? For goodness.
Let me give you the name so that you know who you are contending with. So you have just allow me how I'm not so Okeazu Okezia Akpazu, so that's Abia State.
No problem. Now you can spoil his name.
All right, so that's already, so we know where you're rating him then. And then you have Opozodema Dave Umahi, and then in Enugu you have Ifeanyi, and then whatever his last name is. So Enugu, Abia State, Ebonyi State, and yes, but we're living Anambra State because he's not long enough for us to assess. So that's your hierarchy. Okay, so you know the list, yeah.
Yeah, I think Umai, I will go with Enugu governor. He has also been a bit.
What's his name? You pronounce his name since you've been pulling me on that.
Enugu governor, what's that his
Yeah.
name, sir?
Look at this guy.
Iguanyi or what is it? Yeah, Iguanyi.
Yeah.
So he's I'll go with him second because he's also tried to not play too much politics with the security of his state, and you know, he's just kind of taking the side of the people. That's where Umahi failed, but Umahi's infrastructural development is what is just covering him, you know. Then
Okay, so who for that? Oposodema or your man from Abia
no.
State?
You said okay, Anambra should not. Anambra, maybe
No,
I
we're
would have
leaving
gone with.
Anambra because Soludo is. We have Soludo there. It's only 4 months in, so that's not sufficient enough of a time, you know.
Yeah,
So it's still
yeah.
in this like a honeymoon period, isn't it? So
Yeah, I will go with obviously Opuzodima is last now. The man, look at what he has done to my beautiful. Do you know Owerri is one of the most developed place in the southeast. It has the largest number of modern houses, mansions, and hotels. Owerri is a very beautiful place. So, but now with the insecurity and everything going on there, so he's just there doing fire for fire, taking the side of the federal. He didn't handle the security well. That's just the problem. He didn't handle the security well. So now it's telling on the entire state.
all right, thank you. So
villages in Yoruba land?
Is there what?
Villages.
No, there are no villages in Yoruba land. Though. We only have towns. We are civilized people. We only have villages in the southeast. It's only Igbo people. They are still living in the village.
Everybody has village, man. Let's not go
there. Have village. I see on a map like the small village, like in the countryside.
No, we don't. We have townships. They have all. It's only the southeast that has villages and the Malams.
One man. Why are you trying to deceive this guy now?
What sort of a question is that? Is that what sort of
sorry, Axiro, let me mention this. One man, go and Google this, or maybe on YouTube or wherever. There's this village called Abriba in Abia State. Those people, I don't know how they were able to come together and organize their community, their village. That place looks like some kind of tourist destination, and that's a village. If you see the quality of houses and arrangement of everything that
it's big boys now. It's those Malaysian boys now. It's
Malay
money now.
Okay, we know that these guys, most Igbos, they spend a lot of money building edifices in their village, but in their villages. But these Abriba guys, I don't know how they did it. I think they should be imitated across the entire southeast.
What amuses me when they build all these mass things in their villages. I'm talking about the southeasterners, and then they'll put one little water something just outside their gate, and that's their community service. After building like a $1 million house, then they'll put some water something outside that. Oh yes, I'm giving the community water. It's just
they have also villages like that in Anambra, especially. They have a lot of villages where big men have just come together. Like this guy's village, Obi Kubana. The guy has done a lot in that village. He has even put street lights for, I don't know, almost around this entire community.
And they only ever they spend, and I kid you not, $2 million is even a cheap spend on some of the houses they build in these villages, only to come there for 1 week in Christmas and then disappear again.
Yeah, imagine that. But I think there's that belief that one day there will be need to go back home. So they have
but that day never comes, does it? Really, a lot of them go back, sadly to say, in body bags, but there it is, So there it is. So we've lost Middleman temporarily. Do we have Igbo though, who's coming from Nigeria? So if we have Igbo, we go to him. If we don't, then we go to
Igbo is here.
Igbo is here.
Of course, I'm always here. What's the problem?
How can you be here and be silent now? How are you able to be silent?
What do I do now? What do I do, my man? Should I be jumping into matters? Just listen.
Yeah, you sound tired. What is it? Is it Chioma or Gulda? Which or the two of them? Which one of them has knocked you out?
I stopped drinking. I was having a BP this till I stopped drinking.
All right. Do you drink plenty of? If you do drink, always make sure you drink equal measure of water with the alcohol. Otherwise, just to protect your liver.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't stopped drinking on one man.
Let's move on. What do you have in pepper soup joints then? I hope it's not malt though, because malt is even worse than beer. So, but
malt is worse than beer.
The sugar content now. The sugar content, yeah. But
I don't drink any of them. Hit the gym, take the gym.
I just run away from alcohol for some time, man.
No, it's good to cleanse the body. So let me take you to the politics then. This assertion by Ojikalu, it says Osinbajo is Igbo betrayer. Southeast supported him to be vice president. So this is Ojikalu in a big interview that he did on Channels Television, saying essentially that Osinbajo contending for the presidential slot is a betrayal of the Southeasterners, because the Southeasterners facilitated him becoming the vice president, and Osinbajo, rather than wanting to be president, he should be supporting a Southeasterner instead, and him not doing that makes him a betrayer. So this is Oji Kalu's assertion. Is it something that you identify with, Igbo?
I don't identify with Oji Kalu at all. He's just talking nonsense. To me, he's saying nonsense. The reason I said that is you can't just come to the public space and call someone a betrayer. How? Who did he betray? How did he betray you? That is running for the presidency. The president enough or have some manners enough to understand that it's an open this thing for the moment, and you people should insist first that we should only feature Southerners in this election, just as Northerners were positioned in the last election. These are supposed to be the focus. And then if the power has already come to the South, it left for the Southerners to decide where the power goes. It left for you to decide where the power goes. In the first place. Both in North and the South, everybody is buying from and the tickets are open, anybody can run for president. And you are calling the man a betrayer. We will people running for the same office. You see all these our elites, you will see that they don't even have brain to an extent. They are your privilege to steal money and make rubbish and just turn this country upside down. So they don't really make their point based on facts or come on. There is no ground for some of their points. There is no base for some of the points that they made. You are calling the man a betrayer. How? We have more than 20 or 40 people.
Because they made him vice president. Because the Southeasterners made him vice. Okay. No, it was saying because the Southeasterners made him vice.
Why are they?
Go on.
How did they make him president that we Nigeria doesn't know? How did they make him president? Tinubu made him vice president. The Southeasterners made him vice president. The South Southerner made him. What are we talking in? What's our problem in this country, man? For us to just stay and push the fact, tell the simple truth, it's a problem in the country. They should be thinking of how the ticket to first come to the South first before they begin to debate where the ticket which people the Southerners will lean toward. And that negotiation is supposed to be in between Southerners. They should first allow the power to drop here. Then the negotiation for where the power goes in between South, Southeast, and Southwest should be debated by these Southerners. Now, they don't even know their fate, if they will even emerge, if any of the South will even come out as the front candidate, as the front runner of all this, whatever. Who knows if it is not that we even have a ticket that these people are not making noise of. Then if Northerners has the ticket, who will be betraying Oji Kalu? Who will be betraying in that? Is it the Northerners or Osinbajo? So they should stop the kind of their language that doesn't really has no basis in the first place.
All right, thank you, Igbo. So, Igbo, I'll come back to you, but let me go on to Ife, who I suspect may not be with us anymore, but hopefully still is. Ife, are you there?
I'm here, woman. I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So, Ife, I want you to speak on this space because I don't feel we've explored this space enough. Just the gravity of it and the impact that it will have on the upcoming elections. Shekarau dumps APC, defects to NNPP. So it's quite pertinent to know. So what is NNPP? NNPP is a party that is being arrow-headed by Kwakwanso, one of the stalwarts, if not the stalwart of Kano politics. The only name that should rival Kwakwanso in Kano is Shekarau, who now joins him in alliance to form this party. Patu Tome also in that party. So what are you making of this move? And how is APC able to hold on to Kano State with Shekarau and Kwakwanso in opposition to them? So what are you making then of that defection by Shekarau, Ife?
Yeah, I think they want to divide the votes of APC in that space. It seems most Nigerians are tired of APC's leadership and they just want them to go anywhere. How? So if they cannot be defeated, then let's divide the votes and let's make it more robust for other political parties to have their say in the forthcoming election. That's why I'm looking at it. Because if they can affect the vote in Kano, it will have I believe it will have a spillover effect on the other northwestern states. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So, and this still with that theme of defections. So this is a story that has been rumbling in the backdrops and is starting to gain a bit more crescendo. It's picking up. Tinubu to dump APC for SDP if. So that if then, when we read it, is to say that if Tinubu feels that he was cheated out of the out of the APC ticket. So if Tinubu doesn't get the APC ticket, there's no other interpretation that he will give it other than being cheated. But one of his foremost, it was Babatia Lawal that's actually speaking to the space. So he's quite senior in the Tinubu structure. He says if they don't get the ticket, then they will encourage him to move on to SDP. And I think SDP's chairman also spoke a couple of days ago discussing the possibility of Tinubu crossing over to that party. So what are you then making of that politics? They are asking Babatia to withdraw that statement that is somewhat of a threat. So what are you making of this double dipping though by the Jagaban of GBT?
I think I was reading an article today that Tinubu was writing, I must be the president before, as in I move back. Like he
says I will not retire unless if I don't. Yeah.
So automatically he has this diehard ambition of being the president. So anything now we appeal to him because he believes his war chest of money will take him to that space. But unfortunately for him, people are just there to spend this money. And the body language from the APC is actually showing that they may not want to give him that ticket, to run for the presidency. Yeah, but let's see what will happen. I don't want to speculate now. Next week, I believe we'll start seeing how the alignment will be, by next week, if it's true that Jonathan would have submitted this one, will know, then everybody will know where everyone aligns on.
But how does that defection work? Sorry, Ife. How does that defection work? Because the INEC has stipulated that parties must submit their names, the names of their candidates, by June the 3rd. So that is to say that SDP, they should also have their structures in motion. So is Tinubu already a member of the party? Does he have the nomination form? Have they screened him as a candidate? Because APC's primaries is on the 30th, which they and the 31st, which then leaves just 3 days for them to submit names. So how is that defection going to work for him? Because he cannot get the ticket for SDP just because of all of those reasons I've just listed. So how does that work from your view, Ife?
Well, I'm even thinking now that this APC, because you know Shekara was in APC before, all this APC defection, they have to something in the north, such that let's say Tinubu at the end of the day eventually gets the APC ticket. By that time, they would have dismembered the APC party, that it will not even hold any relevance. And another thing I'm seeing that people are not paying attention to is, it seems for me, you know, in the afternoon, we are talking about the Yaradua group in the north. It seems the Yaradua group in the APC wants to, what's it called, have branches so that it now works eventually for Atiku in the PDP. That's the way I'm looking at things now. Because but looking at the timetable you've already said, it is not logical from the planning point of view for any political party to start springing up now, unless they are doing that for another motive. So that's what I'm saying. I'll not be surprised that at the end of the day, the Kwakwanso, you know, Kwakwanso is more aligned to Atiku type of politics. It comes to the general election, they align with Atiku, and anything happens, you know. And Kwakwanso was a former PDP too. So, and they were all in the, what's it called, the Yaradua group. So I want to believe they want to make the APC weaker for a preferred candidate. That candidate, I don't know for now, but I'm looking at an Atiku type of candidate, or maybe another candidate in the PDP or any other party. But it seems some interest in the APC wants to make it weaker. You know what happened to, what's it called, PDP then, that we had the second PDP group that aligned with APC then to bring Buhari into government. I think that's what's going to happen to APC now. Because by virtue of what's happening, that Oji Kalu is saying that nine aspirants are gunning for Lawan, automatically it's not going to sound good for the Southern APC caucus, especially the Tinubu caucus now. Okay, so what happens? Let's all defect to have our interest. And when all this defection starts happening like that, and the party is being dismembered, eventually it would play into the politics of PDP. But whoever PDP is bringing, we don't know. And I think for stability's sake and organization, maybe PDP has been more organized than the other
you know that conspiracy theory is somewhat gaining some form of veracity. That conspiracy theory that there's a 3-dimensional chess game in play that brings Atiku out as the winner, and that narrative, it encircles the Goodluck Jonathan narrative, which if they forced Goodluck Jonathan or on the party will implode and gives Atiku an easy go through. And also because if Kwakwanso runs for the presidency, then that removes Kano State from the numbers, because he will win Kano State. So that doesn't either go to PDP or APC. So exactly. if they don't get Kano State, you know, how many more numbers can they write in Borno? Because they will usually go to Borno to write figures. So
and you know that Kano State, people always what's it called, downplay Kwakwanso's movement, Kwakwasia movement in Kano.
No, it's the biggest political movement in Nigeria in terms of one single followership. It's massive.
the Kwakwasiam movement is very, very massive, you know, and this coming elections, I know it will be very interesting. Before we take the end of this month, you see where the alignment will be. But I'm saying they want to weaken APC so that they bring in a preferred candidate in. No, you know, that's part of the North are even saying that the Buhari government is a waste. But the truth is that presidency needs to come to the South. The Southern politicians need to get their acts right. Whatever what's it called, type of realignment the northern because all these things I'm saying in the northern politicians are just realignment.
Sorry if to interrupt you, but are we in the space now, or should we start to open up the conversations around some sort of like a coalition government?
Yes,
can we start?
Because
yes,
because
do you see why I'm saying that though?
Yeah. If we don't have a coalition government in the South, it's going to affect us. Let's be sincere with ourselves. It's going to affect us because what you have already happening in the northern politics is now realignment. You know, coalition. Okay, I'm Shekarau with Kwakwanso. Before you know it, now another politician will join them. Then the North will just get their acts right. APC is dismantled, but because while they were doing this realignment, the South is not realigning. Either say, okay, all the Southeastern politicians and the Southern politicians say, okay, we are all going for Peter Obi, you know, that's a realignment. Then, okay, some Southwestern politicians say, okay, we are going for Peter Obi or another politician from the Southeastern or Southern extraction, or let's even say the Southwestern extraction. Let this realignment start because the northern politicians have already started that realignment. And at the end of the day, if you want to look at it from history, during Obasanjo's time, there was realignment. During Jonathan Yar'Adua's time, there was realignment. Jonathan, there was realignment. APC that came through Buhari, there was realignment. So if there is a realignment now, because at every primary there will be politicians that will feel cheated out, and I believe most politicians that will be cheated out from this race are in the APC, either from their gubernatorial, Senate, or the presidency. So let's see what happens. But
let me present. Sorry, go on.
But if the South does not start their own realignment chess game now, at the end of the day, they will have to play into the hands of the northern politicians again. And unfortunately, that's how it has always been. The South always play into the hands of the northern politician, starting with Odius Okalu now. He said that he can even sweep the Aso. Can you imagine that? I can sweep the Aso Rock.
No, that one is just that one is Baba Salao. You know, when I see Odius Okalu, or you know, I always, you know, there are certain sort of spaces mentally where you just switch off your brain and just relax into like a fun time. So whenever I see Dino Milaye, either in the news or even on a video form, so I switch off real politics and I just say, okay, a bit of entertainment. So Odiakalu now is just like on some comical sort of politician. But let me present you a proposition, and I want you to see if it coheres with reason or even logic. So let me present you this proposition. When I was saying a coalition, so what I'm envisioning is a situation where there'll be a dead heat in the presidency. I'm envisioning that Kwakwanso, he's running for presidency, but he's running to take, his real politics is to take Kano State out of the numbers from the big parties. Because if he's running for presidency, then the electorate in Kano State, they will vote for him. So he will take that state. If they did Tinubu out of that ticket, he will take Lagos State and Osun State and probably Ondo State too. So those two states, so about 4 big states now are out of commission. So there's a real possibility that APC and PDP, no one can get the real outright victory that will deliver the presidency for them. So then they have to then form a coalition sort of a presidency with these two spaces, the Kano space that Kwakwanso holds with his numbers, or the southwest space that Tinubu holds both with Lagos State and 2 other satellite states that he has control of. So a dead heat sort of presidential race, with people then having to form a coalition government with all these satellite parties. How does that sound?
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking now, based on what you said now. At the end of the day, what this next election will be like is every politician who has his own political base will deliver his own political base. Then they will now do this gentleman agreement for the what's it called, presidency. You know, during Jonathan's first tenure, that was what happened between Tinubu, Buhari, and Jonathan. And that's another thing. That's another thing Tinubu is forgetting. You know, Tinubu aligned with Buhari at a time, but during that Jonathan's first tenure, he delivered PDP in Lagos for Jonathan. It was during Jonathan's second tenure that the whole agreement got thwarted. So I will not be surprised that what now happens is the Tinubu type of politician holds his space, the Kwakwanso type of politicians hold their own northern space. Whatever is happening in the north, east, to everybody holds their space. But they now say, okay, president, you know, it now becomes the presidency now becomes the highest bidder, or what are you willing to give me in your cabinet when you win? You know, that's what I'm looking at now. But for an outright PDP or APC candidate winning, it's hard. There will be more of alignments in this political dispensation. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. And because most people are now disenfranchised already, the southern politicians who wants to be in the presidency seat, they are much. It's now a battle between Osinbajo, Tinubu, Fayemi, Peter Obi, Nyesom Wike. Obviously, Nyesom Wike is going to deliver Rivers. When you go to the north, Kwakwanso, you have the Senate president, you know. So eventually everybody has that capacity to deliver their space. Okay, but at the end of the day, whatever every political party is going to bring up as their own candidate to now be this candidate who is able to broker deals among these politicians. Yeah, I think that's what will happen at the end of the day. Yeah.
All right. If
I can say something.
Before you, so at the end of the day, what I'm trying to see now is, unlike before when voting will be based on political parties, I will not be surprised voting in this coming election will be based on the candidates. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's always been the case, though. It's always been, okay, well, political party, yes, but we've always played personality politics in Nigeria. But Thomas had a question for you. So, yeah, Thomas, your question.
Yeah. Yes, don't you think we should just even cancel the parties, individual to go to the poll? Because this is now is like it's individual now.
Because on what platform would that? On other platform would it?
No, I'm just being curious, because the party is divided now with all this analysis that you've done. That even maybe all of them should just even go into the polls individually, and people, because do you see any situation whereby the vote will be divided, then nobody will have the 25% or 2/3, or maybe I don't know what they normally say, then nobody will be declared the president? Do you see anything?
That's what I was just analyzing with if just now, that
one man.
Yeah, go on.
Hello, one man. Have you even seen that the way we are even analyzing on the platform and the way Nigerians are even analyzing is a candidate-based analysis?
Okay, carry on.
If you go into all these political platforms, they're analyzing based on the political pedigree of every politician. everybody's jettisoning the what's it called, the party itself now. You hear Peter Obi, you hear Atiku, you hear Tinubu, you will hear Osinbajo. I think those are the names now that are in that space. Nobody is actually looking at APC, and that's why even the Buhari government is a mess. You still have people who are following Osinbajo to a core, following Tinubu to the core. APC, PDP, the same thing. They were more or less a disaster before APC came into, but now people are talking about Peter Obi, and that was why Atiku's issue of this Twitter issue came up. If it had been a party thing, I know eventually it's now turned out to be a party thing, but at the end of the day, these people still need to go and broker their deal with every politician in their own space. That's what will happen eventually. And
you know, we've always played personality rather than politics in Nigeria. It's big man politics we play now, big man politics.
Yeah, so that's what will happen. It will be, how are you going to negotiate your way among these people who have the political structures? I think that will be what will happen at the end of the day for me.
And to Thomas's question to you, that we jettison the party system and just have individuals on ballots.
It's not possible. You know, politics does not run like that, you know, because what I'm saying it is, you cannot do it alone unless you want to spend the hell out of your money. Imagine, let's say I'm working, I want to be the Senate president, Senate representative of my state now. Eventually, I need to go through the various aspirants for my the House of Representative in my area. So you now see, and the way Nigerian politics is now is vote one man for president, OCBD for governor, Ife for Senate. So you now see that the political banner will carry this either 4 or 3 posts simultaneously. So it's hard for you to. But during Buhari's time, you have politicians that will vote Buhari in the north, vote Buhari for president, but this for.
Are you there?
The figure that sells.
Yeah.
So you want to use that figure that sells to project your own ambition.
All right, thank you, Ife. So, Ife, just on this space, Osinbajo is Igbo betrayer. Southeast supported him to be VP. Ojikalo speaking. What do you make of that?
There's nobody that have heard that Ojikalo statement and have not lambasted him. You know, he has been spited that. Even some people don't even respect him. But the other way around, I think he's just voicing his frustration of why is it that the Nigerian space does not want an Igbo presidency, you know, because he believes that if, let's say, up the politicians say, oh, okay, we are all giving it to the Igbo, maybe he stands a chance, you know, and that was why he went, I think he purchased the form initially, right, before he now withdrew, you know. So
yeah, for Ahmed Lawal.
Yeah, so that's I think his own idea then was everybody in APC will leave the ticket for a politician from the southeastern extraction, which unfortunately for him did not play out to be. I think the same thing happened to the likes of Rochas too. They were all thinking that all the politicians will leave the power play for the southeastern extraction. But in another, you see, assuming it happened in the southwestern states too, I'm very sure you have some Yoruba politicians now that will be saying the same thing, because during Jonathan's time, you have some of our Yoruba politicians saying that Jonathan left the Yoruba out in his cabinet, in his appointment. So this tribal politics thing always play out in every region when a region feels it's being cheated at. So for me, the way I would look at it is, let us have a system that represents everybody, either through a constitutional change or revamping the whole system again, so that if any southern politician feels that is being cheated, it will be only in his own space, not projecting that blame on another space. Okay, imagine the what's it called? The accountant general now has been arrested by the EFCC for for 50 billion. Is it 20 billion or 50?
80 billion, yeah.
Naira fraud. Imagine.
If the accountant general is being where do we go? EMIEFELE is a thief. The accountant general is a thief. The attorney general is a thief. Where do we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go? It's impossible. We are doomed. We are doomed. Peter Obi is a thief. Pandora Papers. Everybody is a thief.
Peter Obi is the only savior. He's the only savior now in Nigerian politics.
It's not in Nnamdi Kanu anymore. It's not in Nnamdi Kanu anymore.
That's a different issue now. We're talking of president.
So we're having a situation whereby somebody from an extraction steals money and affects every other person in his or our own region, and nobody is happy. When infrastructural developments are being signed, the southeastern part was not put into play. You cannot expect them to be happy.
Remember that, but then they, of course, they are part of the payback of the loan, but none of the infrastructures went to Igbo land.
Imagine. So they are not happy. So for me, that's why I say, let us have a system where everybody, fix his own space, so that if you like, eat all the money that you need to use on education, let it affect your own space. Not that one person, imagine that 70 billion, one man,
No, when I was reading that story, because I think that was in the afternoon session, I was just reflecting that. So this accountant general, they've caught him with 80 billion naira, but of course, that's only about 10% of what they are stolen within the last 7 years. So he's down to one person. So the custom guy, he's doing his own. The Nigerian Post Authority, she's doing her own. The Attorney General will know his CV. The EFCC guy will know his CV. The DSS guy will know his CV. The Inspector. So we're looking at a good, at least some $30 million. Just this guy steal annually, just casually. Because it's not that money. That money is backed by the petrodollar. It's backed by the Niger Delta oil wealth. You think it's 80 billion naira, so it's not money. Convert it to dollars now, because that money, what backs that naira is that Niger Delta oil wealth. So that's dollars, because he will convert it quickly and move it out to Saudi or wherever he parks his own money. And that is it again. That one person, but then 100 of them. What about this guy, Akabio? He's just looting that Niger Delta. It's unbelievable. If you think about what, you can cry for that country, if you really think about it, it can make you cry. It's wickedness, it's evil, some of these things. It's just too much. It's unbelievable. It's frightening stuff.
That's why Peter Obi was telling them.
Forget Peter Obi, man. Forget Peter Obi.
Let me make the point, man. He was telling them that, you see, there's nothing else to share. All these things that people want to share, there's nothing else to share. That now Nigeria have to think productivity and move from a consumption-only country to a productive country. They are depending on oil money that is like $15 billion per year, annually. And yet, when the oil money comes, everybody is sharing it. They are not even. So Imagine that. It's just like there's nothing else to be produced. Only oil money, 15 billion. Other countries are making 30 billion, 36 billion from just shoe industry. You know, so it's a very pathetic state. And we need someone like Peter Obi to come in
So
and
you
change that.
cannot inject that in
But
every
if
conversation.
I just want
You get to you you know
sentimental
somebody
about it.
were you here when I was doing the article of a senior Eastern journalist that is talking about just what you are doing now? That Peter Obi narrative that they are pushing it so aggressively online that is almost wanting to backfire somewhat. People are seeing it as regionalized and almost like a nuisance valley. It's almost like bullying, really. This Peter Obi
One man,
narrative
with
now,
all due
you know.
respect, one man, that's just your own view, personal. Maybe with
Were you here when I did
some
that session? I can go and dig up that article again. I'm sure you were here when I read it.
I mean, I follow news. I follow the things happening online everywhere. Peter Obi's momentum is growing, or like contrary to what you're saying. In fact, he has crossed over. His people don't actually see him. Go online, go to any place. Maybe Peter Obi has been interviewed. Scroll a little bit to the comment section. Majority of the people that are commenting positive things
Okay.
about him are not even people.
Let's go to the news then, and let's see if we support Peter Obi. So this is the news. This is the latest going on within the Nigerian space over the last 10 minutes. So there's no Peter Obi, as you can see in all the headlines. No Peter Obi, no Peter Obi, no Peter Obi. Over the last 15 minutes, no Peter Obi. Over the last hour, no Peter Obi. So
over the last hour, oh man, you're not serious.
This is the last hour, isn't it? Can you not see it on your screen? Look at that. In the last half an hour, no Peter Obi. In the last
Peter Obi
hour,
not interviewed yesterday on Arise TV?
Yeah, but it's not. It's not making the. But no, it's not sufficient enough for it to get coverage.
Arise TV not a
So this is the last hour. No Peter Obi.
Television.
This is the news today. The Ballad of Baudelaire, Kaduna 2023, my aspiration, Shehu Sani, US visa. No Peter. No Peter Obi is not in there. No, you say it's all over the news, but this is the news. It's never there.
You're looking
it's not
at
I don't want to bring him.
It's
never there.
The national news in
it's
Nigeria.
Never there.
From websites to national news.
Well, don't worry. This is the what subsists. It says latest news. Peter Obi is not in the. I don't know why you are doing this. I scour the space for news all the time. I don't come across Peter Obi at all.
But
I know it's popular, so I want to talk about him because that would generate traffic. But it's not in the news.
So thank you. You've admitted it's popular. So if it's not popular, why?
No, you tell me that it's popular. This is what I hear, and I know it's popular. I know it's popular among the Easterners, and I want to get the Easterners on board.
It has nothing to do. In fact, the majority of the people supporting him right now are not even Easterners.
All right. Okay, but on this platform they are. This is what I have noticed.
Yeah, well, because if I'm being honest, it's a very great platform, but you need to also understand that if we are being honest, it attracts a lot of Yoruba-centric and it's not like it's not a bad thing, but
but it's not though, is it? It's not though. Even if you look at the screen and the comment section. All right. Well, okay. So Charles and Igbo man, Exiro and Igbo man, Ife, a man of unknown description, is sort of Yoruba, but not quite in between something or the other. You, of course, are an Igbo man. Igbo from the Delta regions. Thomas, he claims to be an Oyo man, but that's under debate. A Medo man and Igbo man. So it goods even the screen, the 70% Igbo. So what are you talking about?
One man. You are calling Thomas in between.
No. It says it's an Oyo man, but
saga. Obasanjo is not a Yoruba man.
No, we know that already now. We know that already, but we just don't like to talk about it.
You know that it's an Igbo man already, right?
Yeah, well, according to DNA, according to DNA.
Obasanjo is an Igbo man.
We did not establish that just yesterday. It's Chukwuemeka Obasanjo. This is it, really, but but there it is. So there it is. Was it just Thomas that just left us? Thomas, you're a Yoruba man. No, don't take offense. So I think he's gone away because you're a Yoruba man. No, and your man, in fact, my own cousin. Can you imagine? But yeah, back to you, Fair. You were on that space of Ojikalu.
Yeah. So that. I think I wouldn't be fair on him to if he was a Yoruba politician too, I believe he will spill the same thing. It's not easy that, and they'll know themselves. All this corruption thing, they know themselves. They know that between their circle, all of them are corrupt. So if you are using this discrimination on that space as a people, these are the type of things you'll be seeing from them. These are the type of characters you'll be seeing from them, because in a system that they have to prove to an average Nigerian that they possess an exceptional capacity to govern the space. And when people are frustrated, you don't expect them to be acting right. So that's why he's saying, part of his frustrations, that's why he's saying he can be sweeping the Aso Rock Villa. And you were comparing him to the Tonzeribe type of politics before.
Yes. Am I being unfair to make that comparison?
It's the frustration over the years in that space. So you don't if they are comfortable in the Nigerian space, I don't expect to see those type of characters in them. If it were to be in the Southwest, this is the same thing that will be happening, you know. And it's not as if it does not happen in the Southwest. We have some of our politicians that will just betray the Yoruba space. And we know they actually do this thing purely for money. They are self-centered, you know. And a politician that fills that space now is a Fani Kayode type of politician. You know, Fani Kayode is ready to do anything to satisfy his own space. So if we are saying he's an Otonzeribe type of politician, we have an Otonzeribe type of character in every region of the country. That's where I'm looking at it. But it is very, very bad of him to actually say that. You have a Peter Obi that's doing well in that space. Why not join a Peter Obi? Because at the end of the day,
yeah, but Peter Obi is a different party.
But the northern plans don't look at that when they want to wrestle for power. The northern politicians, they don't think twice when they supported Buhari. And this is what's going to play now. They started the alignment. At the end of the day now, maybe we all wake up on Friday now, you hear that there is mass defection from APC to Kwakwanso party, with the hope that when maybe Atiku or another person grabs the ticket in PDP, they will just say, oh, we are going to join the PDP for the presidency, but we are going to vote our own bloc for the gubernatorial and senatorial elections. So that when they go into the House of Senate and the House of Rep, they will be able to form a bloc. And from there, they are going to partition or share the whole juicy political spaces among the whole political parties that mesh to produce the president. I believe strongly that this is what's going to play out again.
All right, thank you, Ife. So, Ife, let me take you to one more space. This space now, WIKE making the news again. When was it ever out of the news? But do you sort of chime with this assertion? Nigerian Bar Association useless, only good at issuing statements. So this is WIKE, of course. If you ever needed the Nigerian Bar Association, it's really during this Buhari administration, for them to flex whatever it is that purports to be muscles of that organization. But we've never heard a squeak outside of a strongly worded statement from the Nigerian Bar Association, not fit for purpose. Nigerian Bar Association useless, only good at issuing statements. Yemsen WIKE says, do you agree? Yeah, Ife.
Why did he, or where did, in what context, why did he issue the statement?
No, it was at It was at Justice Mary Odili. She's retired for reasons of, so it was at her valedictory
service,
just passing. She clocked 70 and retired. So he was in that space, in that celebratory mode, and they were eulogizing about the legal profession, etc. And I think he could not stomach it anymore, so he decided to slam them.
Yeah, we know he's speaking the truth, you know. This issue that happened recently of the burning of that beautiful lady, the Nigerian Bar Association did not even come out to issue any statement. And we are talking about justice, where the body that has to be the shining light of justice in this system is not even uttering a statement. So at the end of the day, to an ordinary man, you'll be like, who are these people? What do they stand for? You have some cases, because somebody is a son, he will just sit on that case, and it will be in the, if he's telling you that this case will be in the court for the next 9 years, it's going to be in the court and there's nothing you can do. So we can know their modus operandi. It's just that because of his character, when he speaks, you want to say, oh, WIKE again is controversial, is this, is that, but that's the truth. They are useless. That's why even the Attorney General will be able to take talks to this Odili's apartment at Abuja. We all discuss it on the platform here, you know. So he's just speaking about the plain truth of who they are as a body. And it's unfortunate that even if the political space and the executive space is not getting it right, they should get it right. Before now, we've had most of the people that fought for the democracy we are enjoying were the people in the legal profession. We have the likes of the Ganifa when he means. May God bless his soul, you know, who are always fighting that space that we have to get things right. Because if the judiciary of any country is compromised, the whole system is going to fall. And the truth is, most people are looking up to them, because at the end of the day, when these elections are being conducted now, you see one lawyer bringing one judgment, election petition tribunal will start again. But if they cannot be compromised, all these things will not happen. But it's unfortunate at the space we find ourselves, this was happening. I just hope they get their house right and get their respect back. They really need to get their respect back from that Nigerian space.
Do you think they have been bought off? What do you think? Almost certainly
it's
they
not
have
that
been bought off.
It's not that Malami actually let us know what is happening there. It is this Malami guy, either good or bad, he let us understand what's happening in that space, that you cannot really reckon with that space or go and rest believing that they will do the right thing in that space for you. So you just need to sleep with one eye open and one eye closed. If possible, go sleep while your two eyes are open. That's what's happening in the Nigerian political space now.
All right. Let me take you on to a different talking point. Article. Let me take you to the article narrative. Article angry over deleted tweet issue. Chases out journalist at meeting with PDP delegates. So I don't know if you heard the readout, but you know, he was having this meeting with the delegates in Jos, and then he saw a retinue of journalists. He said he doesn't want journalists there, that he doesn't need them, and summarily sent his security details to give him a good beating. His aides and security details immediately pounced on the journalist, beat them up, and seized their equipment. In the stampede, the camera and tripod of the channel's television crew were damaged in the process.
Are you serious?
So, yes, oh no, this is it now. Are we seeing now, is this guy starting to crack? Let me give it, it says, it was such a surprise and disappointing scenario to see a presidential aspirant who wants to rule Nigeria behave in such a manner. Even the pleas of the state PDP chairman and other top party members could not persuade Atiku to call his men to order as he was bent on carrying out his threat. So the reality is right there. Is this guy starting to hemorrhage? Is he starting to crack under the pressure of it, Atiku?
Not crack. For me, it's a type of political move. And why did I say that? You know, yesterday I was saying that Atiku is not seen in the corner as a true Muslim. They believe he's more of this type of Jai Muslim like Dan Kwambo. Now, this Sharia issues happen. You have to make a stand to prove to this. Already in the South, we believe that the next president has to come to the South. Okay, to buy some of the Southern space into the way the South is thinking, even the Southern Muslim thinking about this issue. He needed to tweet into the space and say, oh, this is wrong. And we all know it's wrong. But because the vote from his own base are being controlled by this, would I say, more or less fanatics.
Yeah, and Majeri is sort of...
exactly. He has to also buy into that space. So what he's now doing now, in my own viewpoint, is he's trying to show to the what's it called? He has already said, oh, I did not sanction that tweet. Okay, fine. Okay, to show that I did not really sanction that tweet, let me show that I'm also a hard man. Go after these journalists to send a message back to my base in the north that okay,
I'm still hardcore.
Exactly. So that's the way I interpret that. But we all know what's happening there is just for the power play. You know, he just need to show to his base in the north that I'm still hardcore. I did not really sanction this. These people want to turn the whole thing on my head. So that's the way I interpret that. But
only Shabi.
Yeah, only. Yeah. Okay. But the act itself is wrong. But he has already achieved what he wants to achieve with that tweet in the southern part. Now he's going to now try as much as possible convince his own northern base back that I'm still the same Atiku, I'm still the strong guy. They actually messed up and I'm dealing with them. So that's what I'm thinking. You know that some people actually tweeted back to him that for you tweeting this, you've lost my vote for the next coming election.
Yeah, no, we saw that. We covered it here. And we saw when he sent the tweet out, there was just a swathe, just a swarm of northern clapbacks, northern tweets. Oh, you've lost my vote, you've lost my vote. Damn Boroba, you know this. So they just name after Mukhtar Al-Hassan. So all of those names they just swarmed his Twitter. So he deleted that tweet, and then he went to his Hausa language Twitter page to say that he did not authorize that tweet, and he just left it like that it was not under his authority, that every tweet needed to get his approval, but that did not get his. So he tried to dissuade, to persuade them somewhat. But then under that Hausa tweet that he did, Chiamaka, Okechukwu, John, Ebenezer, all of them, oh, you're a bastard, this, that, and the other, this is it, you have no backbone. So you could see the chasm in the country there. The Northerners went after him aggressively for that tweet. He deleted it, and then the Southerners went after him aggressively for deleting that tweet. But do you know what the real joker is? The most curious part of it? The girl in question is actually an Hausa girl. Do you see? It's just it's a real thing. You know, you would think it was a Yoruba girl, the way everybody is outraged, or an Igbo girl, but she's actually an Hausa girl.
About this thing in the afternoon before that in the north,
the definition of an Hausa person is even becoming a Muslim. If you are not a Muslim, they don't see you as an Hausa person, which is very, very unfortunate. So now, you now have the northern Christians and the northern Muslim competing for population. And by competing for population, they are just giving birth indiscriminately just to fill up the space. The Hausa man should not be more than me in population. And the Hausa Muslim should not be more than me, while the Hausa Christian should not be more than me in population. So it's a space that's very, very toxic to them and toxic to their existence. And that's why I'm saying that if this thing is not checked or managed properly, there is a time bomb in that place that's going to explode. And this version of Islam they are practicing there, because I have very cool-headed Muslim guys here who are.
Have we lost you?
Awkward conversation we can have with a Muslim is there was a day one of my friends asked me, "What do you think about Prophet Muhammad?" You know, that's one of the awkward conversations you can ever have with a Muslim if you're a Christian.
Yeah, well, I would avoid that question. Like,
I did not. I want man, trust me, I did not avoid it. I just told him that, look, let me tell you the truth, and you have to take this as my own personal opinion. Don't place this on every Christian you see. I'll tell you the truth. Your prophet to me is just like another person. And if I want to go deep into biblical analysis, I'll call him a false prophet. You know, I cannot say that in the north.
No, that would be, you can say it, but you will not say another word after that.
You understand?
That's the end of Solomon Grundy. You know,
Grundy, you understand?
Bye, birdie.
Exactly. But these are conversations we can easily have with our Southern Islamic counterpart. But what's happening in the north? They just need to. And if you cannot debate a space, it's not good for you, because you just beholden to a certain type of dogma, and you don't even want to explore what's actually happening in the wider space of your religion. You know, there are some questions you ask me as a Christian, I'm dumbfounded. I'll just say, okay, oh, you're alone, you know. Because when they bring these arguments out, you see it for the true facts that they are. But in a case whereby you cannot answer a question in your space or in your belief, and you want to turn it to an aggressive encounter, it actually shows that you are being defeated in some ways. You know, that's the way I look at these things. So they just need to get their act right. Unfortunately, at times for their politicians to usually sway votes, because this set of people have that population they need, they will just go into them and cajole them for their votes to project that ideology, which is wrong. Because what will now happen is, at the end of the day, these politicians will need to enter this space together and start jostling for who controls this space. And when that happens, you have that space implode on itself.
All right, thank you, Fair. So thank you, Fair. Let's go on from you, Fair, to Nsibidi, to make sure we cover all the voices. So Nsibidi, are you still there?
Yes.
All right. So then, of course, no surprises. I'm taking you first then to the Ojikalo space. Osinbajo is Igbo betrayer. Southeast supported him to be vice president. I'm sure you don't agree with any of those comments, but what are your thoughts on that, Nsibidi?
Oh, well, I believe I don't agree with the fact that he just said Southeast supported him, and also I wouldn't use the word betrayal, but I think because it's not like there was like an agreement. I don't think there was an agreement, so I wouldn't say betrayal, and I also wouldn't say Southeast supported him, because that was obviously you read the results the other day, and most of the southern space, southeast, they supported Goodluck Jonathan. But you see, there's also there's also
hold on, CVD. Hold on, CVD.
okay.
Just hold on. Don't say anything. Hold on. Just hold on right there. I think Igbo has a comment for us.
Yeah.
Oh no, you were snoring. That's what we're listening to. What is here? We will hear you snoring. Look at this guy.
No. I was not snoring.
You were not. The whole platform was hearing you snoring. So what do you mean you were not snoring?
God.
I shouldn't have mentioned your name. I should have just put you up.
Look at this guy. God, I've been listening to all what you guys are saying. Maybe come on.
I think you dozed off for like 2 minutes, but it's okay.
Okay, no, it's fine. No, it's fine. You've had a long day.
Even me, self, don't. I didn't even know. So what are we talking about?
No. It was in CBD that I was talking. It was only because we were snoring that I brought you up.
Okay, sorry. But why will I be? I should be able to keep my mic off.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Carry on. We'll be rounding off not too long. So we'll come back to you in a moment. But let's get back to CBD. So in CBD, back to you.
Yes. So, like I said, I wouldn't look at it that way. I would say, I wouldn't say betrayal or supported, because obviously the Southeast and South went for, unless it's talking about 20. Well, I think it was referring to 2015, right? So I wouldn't say that, but as far as the Southeast feeling betrayed, or should I say the South, the other parts of the South, aside from the Southwest, there's some legitimacy to that, because I feel like quite a number of people feel betrayed somehow, but because of this it's like okay, what would be the end game? So you just want to form a permanent alliance with is it the Southwest and the North, and you expect the remaining parts of the Southeast, South to just stay and be looking for another 8 years. So it will not happen that way. I feel like it will not happen that way, and that's why I'm saying that there's a little bit of legitimacy to that, that sentiment. But I wouldn't say that, because of that now the Osinbajo betrayed, because there's no like it's just politics that the Southwest played, But if you want to look at it in the side of betrayal, anybody can look at it that way, but that does not make it a realistic, viewpoint, So, what do you Okalu personally? Everybody knows that the man, most people do not see him as someone that speaks for the people, but also we're able to know when someone is making a statement that is not entirely dismissible. It's not an entire statement that you can just throw away like that, because there's some truth to it. Because the Southeast definitely, I think there's a game the Southwestern politicians think that it will work, and unfortunately, anyhow you look at it, unless these people rig. If you're saying that the way we were debating the other day, that Atiku has the structure and all that, he'll be given. Anyhow you look at it, I don't think it will go to the Southwest, unless that's just my own.
You don't think what will go to the Southwest?
The presidency. If you give the ticket to Tinubu or you give it to Osinbajo, unless they rig. Unless they rig, because you cannot tell me that the North will vote for Tinubu or Osinbajo in place of Atiku. If we are to go with the analysis you guys were making, that the PDP ticket will be given to Atiku. So
why not? Why wouldn't they vote for Tinubu ahead of us? Why not?
Tinubu might get one or two, maybe one state, not even two, maybe one state in the north, because at the end of the day, the north will. You mean they will lift in
They've done
Atiku
it in
and
the past severally.
yeah, unless maybe when they have this consensus, or should I say this arrangement that we are giving it to the south this time. So definitely
No,
it
no,
doesn't
no,
matter
no,
what the
no.
people.
They've always been sophisticated in their voting. We cite the example always of Abiola defeating Tofa. Even in his own local government area, would you believe? He defeated him handsomely. Abiola. Goodluck Jonathan, he defeated Buhari when Buhari was when it was really the most at its most potent. Obasanjo
But
even defeated Buhari now. So what are you? What are we?
in a general election, if we are being honest, in a general election, not these primaries where the delegates and all that, in a general election, I don't see Tinubu beat or Osinbajo beating Atiku or
But it's happened in the
anybody.
past. I've just cited you 3 examples now.
No. I'm saying I'm talking about the current just the current political space. The climate and the way people, the popularity of these people. That's why I keep on saying, as much as we're shouting Tinubu, maybe you need to be asking also, questions about his popularity among the people of other regions. I'm not talking
I
about this.
think outside of the southeast is quite popular. The only
No,
space is not popular, I would say, is the southeast.
and south, and
I
the
think it
quite.
may well be popular in the south.
I don't think so. Maybe I don't think he will go past Edo State because obviously maybe because of
And
is
Delta State.
Delta, yeah, maybe the sides of the side of the Delta West, Delta
And
West,
Cross River
probably.
State. Cross River State will go for him as well.
One man, nobody in Cross River will vote for him, apart from if they rig. There's no way. I'm talking about the people now. I'm not talking about these primaries
No,
and these
we're talking
delegates.
about the people as well, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Which people? The Cross River you're talking, if you
The
don't
only space that I don't see Tinubu commanding any sort of popularity are the core southeastern states.
Obviously, that one is for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But I'm telling you, South is this.
And there it is.
Something percent. I can say okay because of this. I think there's some close. There are some parts of Edo State. I think they speak Yoruba, right? And also apart from that, the Oshomole and all that influence. And they know Tinubu. That one I can't argue. Some parts of Edo State will go for him, and Delta State. If you ask me, it will not exceed Delta West, West and the Shekiri region and all that. Then where else? To be honest with you, I don't see any other place. If I'm being honest, that's just me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see any other place. So when we are shouting Tinubu, Osinbajo, all these people, it's just because of we are looking at it from a Lagos and southwestern standpoint. And Lagos also, it's
but that narrative is not applicable to Peter Obi. We're not looking at Peter Obi from a southeastern standpoint.
Yeah, because if
he has national appeal. Peter Obi has national appeal.
At the moment, yes. There's no
But Tinubu
lie
and
in that,
Osinbajo,
because if
but
you're
Tinubu and Osinbajo, they don't. Yeah.
Osinbajo, I've just
But you know the one that
Tinubu,
came yesterday telling us not to be tribal on this platform.
It's not about being tribal, one man.
All right.
I am just giving you a realistic analysis. For Osinbajo, the thing is that Osinbajo maybe some 8 years ago, I'm telling you, everybody, including the village people in the east, will go for him. But you see, the thing is that right now Osinbajo has spent a lot of time with with this administration, and everybody. I mean, so many people, if not everybody, obviously, but many people see him as part and parcel of the predicament that we are facing. And apart from that, also he's in the same, APC. Those are some. Those are some. Those are some.
This is what Canadio is saying to you. It says Nsebede Tinubu or Osinbajo will be okay in Edo Delta and Bayelsa, especially Osinbajo. So yes, Canadio, what Nsebede tries to do is to demarket other candidates because he feels that enhances the broad appeal of Peter Obi. So that's what he does.
I don't do that. And also Canadio cannot be correct because I think he said Edo, Delta, and Bayelsa.
Yes.
Yes, the problem you people usually think of Delta. Okay, who are the majority tribes in Delta? And Delta is not an homogeneous state. I hope you know that. Delta itself has the Igbos, the Aniomas. You can call them the Aniomas, or you can call them the Igbos. You have the central, which is Urobo and Isoko people. Then you have the southern part of Delta, which is the Ijaw people. Then you have the southwestern part of Delta, Ishekiris. So when you're saying Delta, which region are you looking at? Delta as
all of them will vote for. All of them will vote
it's
for.
Not possible. You go to.
Don't worry about it. They will.
You go to. You go to
they will
Delta
vote for
North,
Tinubu over Peter Obi any day of the week.
You expect Igbo people of Anioma to vote for Tinubu, or when you're talking about Bayelsa, you think where is the popularity of Tinubu in the same place where the same person that orchestrated the exit of their son, and he's not that popular in Bayelsa, so just leave it there at Edo. To be honest, on the whole of Edo, but let's say for the sake of analysis or projection, let's make it at least 45% of Edo or 40%. So let's not go beyond that if we are being realistic. And you're talking about the North. What is this one talking?
Carry on. Yeah, just carry on. Yeah.
If you're talking about the North, it depends on who PDP will present, and also unless they will rig. That's what I'm telling you, that unless there is some kind of planned or arranged or rigged, rigged. But if you're going by a normal election process, just forget it. No matter what PDP presents, if they present Tinubu, if they present Atiku, or they present Peter Obi, or Tinubu don't stand a chance, in my own opinion. So that's just how I feel about it. And so for the first, like what I was saying earlier on, is let me just conclude by saying this. I don't see it as a betrayal because it's just something that people are supposed to use their own initiative to do. Because it's not a matter of betrayal, all that. This is all politics, and everybody is playing politics to, for their own benefits. So, but what Ekweme, I saw Adanle Koko argue, saying the contrary. Was it in the afternoon and all that? But I couldn't get him. What Ekweme did, Ekweme was in the most advantaged position to run under PDP in 1999 and win. Because then, forget about structure. Most people didn't have that structure. Who is at the top of the political parties and who is the big man in the political parties. But because of what happened, it was clear that for justice, he should support. There's this guy that was talking about it on which station? Was it Channels or Arise? They had a meeting with Ekweme. They all agreed and told him that, even he himself agreed that this thing, they should support his candidate, which was Obasanjo. And they supported Obasanjo. And that's because Ekweme, it would have caused a rift, a very in the southwest and the southeast. And Ekweme did that for Obasanjo and for the southwest. So that is this. Maybe that's the same thing. Someone like Ojuzo Kalu is trying to say, but he did not put it, in the correct way. So there should be like, it's not that you owe anybody anything, but it's more like using your initiative and trying to maintain that harmony, that social and political harmony of the entire South. Then coming out there, you want to do this. So, okay, what will be the result? Let's say they give it now to Tinubu or they give it to Osinbajo. So you expect Igbo people or even some part of the South, you expect all of them to just stay and be clapping all the way through 8 years and say, oh, we are satisfied. There will be a lot of discontentment now and a lot of agitations, and rightfully so. So that's what I think about that.
All right, thank you, Simbidi. So, Simbidi, let me go on to Thomas, who has been in and out of the session all the way through. So, Thomas, are you there now?
Yes, please.
All right. So thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, then let me take you to the space. No one has spoken on this yet. So, African Development Bank Chief AKINWUNMI ADESINA rejects 100 million naira APC presidential nomination forms. So he never indicated that he was into politics. He never indicated any interest in being president. I'm not sure that he's even a member of the APC, but some shadowy figures that have 100 million burning in their pocket, they went and procured a form for this guy. So very graciously says thank you, but no thank you. So what are you then making of Adesina categorically ruling himself out? And this, of course, the language that we're looking to hear from Goodluck Jonathan, either in the manner that Adesina said that thank you, but I'm not interested, or to tell us that he is interested. So Adesina, his position, and if you want to weigh that against Goodluck Jonathan, so all of that, Thomas.
Yes, one man, good evening once again. To me, the man is not interested. He's not interested in any way at all. Because if the guy is interested, even it will make known his intention earlier than this. So people buying form for him, nah. He's not interested. If he's interested, he will have let us know that he wants to run for the president. If you want to wait, and you likely said now, the man said no. That means he doesn't want to run. But Goodluck Jonathan was lingering for weeks. Is he joining APC? He's not joining APC. Is he buying tickets? He's not buying ticket. Is this so? Has he submit form? He has not submit form. It's just lingering. And this man, he took a position. I am not running. Simple as ABC. So at least to me, he's a man of integrity. Is somebody that I know. I've said it on our platform before. So it is a man of integrity. If he's not running, he's not running. And I rightly know if the man wants to come the political space, people will sympathize because the man has been there for so long. Like you just imagine now, AKINWUNMI come out is from Ogun State, come out as a governorship candidate for Ogun State. People will vote for him. But maybe that man, his choice is not politics to me because he has the chance to even claim Ogun State ticket as a senator. He has many chance to claim many positions in that country. But maybe he's not into politics. So I give him kudos for coming out, say it point blankly, I'm not running, I'm not interested. It's so that we can differentiate from the Goodluck saga and his own saga. So I commend him. I commend him. I respect him a lot. One man.
All right, brilliant. So to the Ojikalu space, as you know the backdrop, Osinbajo is a betrayer. Southeast supported him to be VP. Is it just talking yam head nonsense, or do you agree with his commentaries, Thomas?
No. It's nonsense, one man. It's quite nonsense to me. The person that can say Osinbajo really betray, I can say Tinubu, and Tinubu is not from the southwest, from the southeast rather. So to me, I'm still saying it tomorrow. if you want to talk morally, we can say Osinbajo betrayed Tinubu because they are in the same caucus. They are one. We can say Tinubu made Osinbajo in a way. But if he's saying Southeast, I don't know the correlation between Osinbajo and Southeast in any way. I don't know. The man is talking nonsense, one man. The man is talking nonsense. To me, it's nonsense.
All right, thank you. And Atiku angry over deleted tweet issue chases journalists out of meeting with delegates. So Atiku now, is he starting to crack? Is he hemorrhaging under the pressure?
But I don't know how far that true is, one man. It doesn't sound. If it is true, that man, we should watch out for another another Buhari in making. Because he hasn't even got the power now. He's been like a dictator to me, or he's been like a strong man, beating people, smashing their camera, taking their iPod from them. It's not, if it is true. But I don't think that man can go to that route because Atiku is a respected person that people will respect.
No, this happened in a public space now, and the crew actually, they were Channels Television, so it's not some obscure story. And this was being reported by some of the people's interview where it was the chairman of APC in Plateau State, which was something Bako. So he gave them an account of what transpired. So has some veracity.
Oh yes, as you said, it has some veracity. No, Atiku is going the wrong way. That means the tweet he tweeted, that means it's just, and the man rightly said, he clarified. He said, "I'm not the one that tweeted. It's my media handlers that tweeted." So we can't actually say this man is even against what these people did by taking down this lady. We can't actually say. I'm still, one man, I'm still waiting for Atiku to make a position on this matter. He hasn't made any position. Maybe what those guys did is barbaric, or maybe is in line with the Islamic, or maybe they are criminal. The man should make a position. Even after deleting the first tweet, fine. Those people that didn't say anything, fine. Tinubu's, all of them, they did fine. But now you are out there. You already tweeted. You said you are not the one that did that. It's your media handler that did that. Now you deleted it. Then come out, make a position, let people know where you stand. Are you standing with the northern oligarchy, the bad ones that did this act, or are you standing with the people that said this thing is barbaric? So he hasn't taken any position, and for him to go to this route, beating it's this media house, it's not that some is small boy making cameras. These are very mainstream media house that everybody know. Channels is there, has been there. They have taken award for so many years. So it's for him to do this. Is barbaric. No, I don't know why people normally attack media. They are there to do their job. They are there to do their job. If you don't want people to capture you, you will go in a secret place to make your meeting. One man, you remember some meetings, they will say it categorically, we don't want media. And the media will stay away. But if you invite the media and they are asking you questions, it's either you kept mute, or you ignore them, or you make comments. You can decide not to answer them. I could remember the last meeting, all these Tinubu's, Osinbajo, everybody did to make a consensus to make a concession. After the meeting, they were asking Tinubu, what is the outcome of the meeting? Someone said it. Someone said, that's enough. We are not saying anything. No comments, no statement. And what did the media do? They step away. So Media is there to ask you questions, to ask you nasty questions, to ask you even the question that will frustrate you. You are the one that should compose yourself to answer question. If you don't want to answer it, just keep mute or tell them no comments, and people will move on. But for him to go to that route, beating them off, smashing their camera, that is an insult. One man, that is, to me, in my opinion, is an insult to the media house in our country.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So, gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off here. I was actually going to round off earlier, but when you turned up, Thomas, I know you've been in and out. So, so just to give you so I want to seek to start to round off to land on Ife. So we'll kick it off with Rational Mind, who joins us, but you came at the closing hour. So just to hear Rational Mind just make remarks, and then we'll start to cascade. So
can I quickly round off?
Oh, I was going to land on you, but then okay, you go first then, Ife. Go on, Ife.
Yes. So we're seeing what's happening in the political space. People are now aligning and realigning. The southern politicians need to be up in their game, unless they are going to lose out again. Thank you, everybody. Please love, like and share the program so that it has an outer reach. Thank you very much, one man. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ife. So thank you, Ife. So that was Ife rounding off. I think he on to do other things. So that well, I hope I didn't. What did I just do there? Hold on, let me just. I was going to remove Ife, but hopefully I didn't ban him. And if I, oh no, I did not. So thank you, Fair. So I think he locked off. So then to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you know the routine. We're taking closing remarks. You came in, but yeah, go on. Yeah.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. Yes, I saw one of the headlines you talked about the Igbos, or who are those people blaming Osinbajo as being a traitor. I don't understand.
Ojikalu.
Okay, I think we discussed that this morning. Well, you see, Ojikalu, I don't understand that man. He has this arrogancy, which I saw in him that very yesterday when he was having that interview. That's a peculiar arrogancy found among some of our Igbo brothers. But then the thing is, like I said this morning, the Igbos, there should be a kind of a camaraderie between the Igbos and the Yorubas. But I don't know this, like you showed us this morning. Not just with the Yorubas, other tribes sees that tendency in the Igbos of that arrogancy and that domineering spirit they have. But then even the former premier of Northern region said it this morning when you played it. We see it, we see that. So they need to like calm down a little bit.
Or there's no
no. So just okay. No. If you want to have a okay, let that conversation take place, but only just a short conversation. But go on. In CBD, you have to let people be critical of the East. Because you have to allow it because okay, go on. But
when okay, I think well, you can continue because you can't force people to be to be.
You can interject now.
Continue because I've come to realize that it's a personal thing. You can't force people to be sensible when they are making.
No, you can't say that.
We had the former premier of Northern State this morning. I mean, it's something we see. We don't
everything I said here today without even mentioning Yorubas as a group. It's just common sense, some of these things, my brother.
I'm not trying to hold on. Like I said,
you're talking about Igbos, listen, arrogancy.
Wait, hold on.
My brother, you're a grown man.
Hold on, in CBD and Rational Mind. In CBD, you know that we are always critical of almost of every ethnicity on the platform. Never a day goes that we are not slamming the Fulanis. We mock the Yorubas, and also we make disparaging remarks about the Igbos. So you can't say we don't do that because you are here often enough to hear us do it. Call Tinubu names, call Buhari names. So you have to allow people to be critical of the Eastern spaces too, and not feel the need to leave to defense all the time. It's just we do it all the time now to everybody.
I asked if I could interject. I did not just
interject now.
interject. But that's
No,
why
no,
I've also
you know, you can
concluded
interject, but
you
you
can
not you
continue.
can't.
You can. It's a
Okay, okay,
personal
carry on. Yeah.
preference of his. It's a personal preference of his. So continue. Everybody is hearing you.
All right. So back to your
All I
rational
just want to
mind.
say is that
This is a video.
we should work together. There should be a working. I mean, we should be able to work together. I understand the side of Tinubu and the rest of them. If they don't want to step down, because those people they built that party, and I mean you can't expect people who would never really helped as such to come. So they have the right to contest. But then that is now left for the Igbos now to announce, okay, can we come to a dialogue? Let's one of us be. We'll support you in the next any other election. We will definitely support you. It's something they can do. But everybody feel big. Everybody feel big. Igbo they feel big. I mean, if somebody gets your help, you have to go meet that person and ask for that help from him because he has your help in hand. In this case, the Southwest, they seem to have the help. But if you people feel like, okay, like Audrey Kalu was saying yesterday, I mean, that's arrogancy. I mean, that's how I see it. Well, I just want to drag this matter. Maybe another time we'll have the time because I'm cooking right here. So I just came back from work. So anyway, so that's all I have to say. The southern states needs to work together. The Igbos, the South, and Southwest needs to work together to wrestle this thing out of the hands of the Northerners. If not, we're going to see another 8 years of Northern rule again. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't cook. Rational mind. I have a wife, you know. So
well,
maybe get one of them. Get one of
Yeah.
those. You know, wives can be useful, or they cook.
Okay,
So
I
get
don't hear
yourself
you
a
now.
wife.
I don't hear you. She they cook for me
What
now.
what are you doing cooking? Yeah, you are in the kitchen
now.
cooking.
She know they're around, so I say my cook myself. So that is just it. If she
No,
around,
if your wife is not around, you order takeaway. If you form the habit of going into the fridge, into the kitchen, then you will say, what is this man doing? What are you doing, man? And look at this man.
All right, old man. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So that was Rational Mind. You know him, of course. Onwards we go, and we go to Xero. So I don't think we have Xero anymore because usually he would have chimed in. Xero, are you there? All right, thank you, Xero. So thank you, Xero. Ego, to fulfill all righteousness. Are you there, or are you in the land of the North? So yes, it's not in a way. It's so thank you, Ego. Sleep well. So that was Ego, joins us regularly from Nigeria. So well done for doing that, Ego. So we go on then to in CBD with Thomas to have the final word. In CBD, you know the routine.
Yeah. I think we've said everything that needs to be said. You know, all these politicians, all these people, let's just continue, you know, holding them accountable. You know, everybody is holding there, but to the credit of the East, if you like, say it's tribal, whatever, but to the credit of these people hold a lot of their politicians accountable more than any other region right now in the country. And that's why sometimes when you go to the East, you'll even be surprised. You'll be like, is not really, you know, in the Nigerian standard, it's not really as bad as people think. It's because of the Igbos, or should I say the Southeasterners, they are holding, you know, the kind of standard they are holding these guys to. They don't have any excuse. We are not looking. We should not be accepting all this. Somebody built maybe maybe 20 kilometers of road, and we are now saying that they have tried. You know, when we know that they can do much more than whatever they are doing. So we need that accountability, and you know, all these things we are talking. To be honest, that cohesion in the South, you know, that harmony and everything, it's important. We need to do that as well, and we shouldn't, you know, I don't even see the reason why anybody will come out and start blaming the Igbos at this point. But everybody have freedom of speech, so say what you need to say. But at this point now, it doesn't even make any sense. It just seems like you're trying to you're trying to divert attention from yourself. If you're saying, oh, Igbo arrogant and all those other words that you're you know trying to use, or you might be, you know. So at the end of the day, we need that that harmonious you know, collaboration, if there's anything term like that, so that we can move forward as a people, and we need people to use their own initiative to understand. At this point, if you don't want to give it to an Igbo man, it means you are looking for more how do you call it, discontentment with the Igbos and in the south, because there's no way that people will be so much cheated and marginalized, and you expect them to come and be jumping up and clapping for you. So that's just the simple truth, and let everybody. Tribalism. To be honest with you, Omar, sometimes when you talk, you say, "Oh, people say this about the." I'm not among those people. I don't. I've never seen myself as part of that. I can never go the route of. If we are talking about people that are that are not performing well, we have to talk about them specifically. That's why sometimes, as much as tempted as I am to use the word Yorubas or Southwestern, I will say Yoruba politicians, or should I say Southwestern politicians, because those are the people that is putting all of us, not just the Southwestern politicians, most of these politicians from every region, those are the ones putting us in this awkward position, yeah, playing on the tribal sentiments because they know people love their tribe. They are capitalizing on that to, for their own benefits. They use it to push their agenda, and at the end of the day, they don't even, their people do not see the dividends of that. It's not an Igbo man that is the governor of Lagos State. It's not an Igbo man that is the governor of Kano or should I say Bayelsa. So we need to understand that at the end of the day, it's not about generalizing people. It's not about generalizing and talking. We need to be a bit sensible. If not, people are listening to us, they are watching what we are talking here, and sometimes it's like a TV. It's an open, or should I say, YouTube, internet TV. So someone in America, white man or whoever, anybody can just see this and be like, okay, is there like some tribal war or whatever? But when we are making it known that it's leadership that is the problem, they will understand that's okay, yeah. Because everywhere divide and rule everywhere there's do divide and rule. That's how the politicians, most of them, maintain their following. So let's be careful and not try to be caught up in this, over toxic tribal sentiments. All right, so that's what I have to say, woman. Thank you for the session.
All right, thank you, Insibidi. Always a delight in your company. So the final word goes to Thomas. Thomas, just a short closing remark to round things up for us. Thomas, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. In the absence of Hajale Koko, everyone has spoken very well. We thank our audience. We thank those who are commenting in the background. We thank everyone. In CBD, I would just say this: you have to let people own their opinion. I just imagine we have a Fulani or Hausa in our midst here. Anyhow we talk, we everybody say their mind. We are critical of them. We are critical of Yoruba. So if they are critical of you guys, sometimes you just have to let it go, because I don't know, nobody is an island. With this, I will say thank you, one man. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you, one man. God bless you for having us.
All right, thank you, Thomas, and God bless you too. So that's Thomas. So Thomas rounds it off, of course, in the absence of the mighty one, Ajanle Koko. But in the tradition of Ajanle Koko, we acknowledge some of the commentators as we start to wind things down. And by the way, if you have not already thumbed up, please do. If you've not already clicked on the like button, please do. And if you're not already, so if you are part of the however many people left in the session now, and you are not already subscribed, then please correct that just as soon as you can. Even right now, just click that red button. So as you click that red button, we acknowledge the people in the comment section. So the Irene world, we see you. So that's the Irene world. Then making friends. I think Oga is somewhat toasty now, or is it Ritz Ortiz? So I can see some heavy toasting going on in the comment section. So there's a manager trois, some manager trois, Ritz Ortiz, Oga, and Irene, the Irene world. So that's going on there. So they're making friends, you know, and whatnot. So this is now Ritz Ortiz. I'm watching you. You started with Tosin. Now you're onto Irene World. So Waris Jinadu, he's there as well, keeping things 100 in the comment section. So let's just. I'm not going to go through too heavily the names. I'm just acknowledge a few, and then I just cap it off. So we saw Waris just then, and who do we see after Waris? It's just this heavy conversation between Ritz Ortiz, Oga, and the Irene world. So that seems to be what's dominating the comments. I am scrolling as I'm talking, but it's just those three names recording. So from that, we go on to Canadian Network. So that's Canadian Network. Then we see you, Canadio. Good to have you. We've had him on the screen before. Very articulate chap. So anytime you have the time to spare, please come join us again, because people would like to hear more from you. We'd like to come and share some of that big brain that you have with the audience. So it's still the same. So I'm scrolling, but it's just the Irene world, Oga, and Ritz Ortiz, you know. So heavy. So okay. So you already know what I think. So Mozid Adetayo, we finally land on as we escape Ritz Ortiz, Oga, and the Irene world. So back to them again. So they are still in their conversation as I'm scrolling and scrolling, looking for another name to land on, and we land finally on Chiamaka Ike. So we leave it with Chiamaka and we round it off there. So that's just really to marry the comment section with the screen, so that we depart as one big happy family. So that's where we round it off. But only really to reconvene, as you know, tomorrow, where another round of another round of conversations for us to be alarmed, aghast, and even laughing at. So all of that in the mix. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say, peace.